Every anxious person looks calm to someone. The smile is there. The conversation sounds normal. The day keeps moving forward. But beneath the surface, something else is happening. A mind that never fully relaxes. A body that never completely feels safe. A nervous system that remains alert long after the danger has passed. And over time, anxiety stops feeling like an emotion and starts feeling like a place you live. Not because you chose it. Not because you are weak, but because nobody ever taught you how to release what the body remembers. Most people think anxiety exists only in the mind. They believe it is just a collection of thoughts that need to be solved, controlled, or replaced. But the deeper truth is that anxiety often settles into the body itself. It hides in tight shoulders, in restless sleep, in a racing heart, in the constant feeling that you should be doing something, fixing something, preparing for something, even when nothing is wrong. We live in a world that teaches us how to achieve, but rarely teaches us how to rest. We learn how to push through exhaustion, how to ignore tension, how to carry stress for years without questioning it. We become experts at surviving while slowly forgetting what it feels like to be at peace. Yet somewhere inside you, there is a quieter voice, a wiser voice, a voice that is not asking for more effort, a voice that is asking for relief. The Stoics understood something that many people spend their entire lives trying to discover. They understood that peace does not come from controlling everything around you. It comes from changing your relationship with what is happening inside you. They believed that thoughts lose their power when you stop wrestling with them, that fear weakens when it is observed instead of obeyed, and that the mind becomes calm when it finally stops fighting reality. Tonight is not about becoming a different person. It is not about fixing every problem. It is not about forcing yourself to feel better. It is about allowing yourself to put down the weight you have been carrying for far too long, to loosen the grip of worry, to soften the tension that has been living in your body, to give your nervous system permission to remember what safety feels like. For the next 4 hours, there is nowhere you need to be, nothing you need to solve, nothing you need to prove. Just this moment, just this breath, just this opportunity to let go a little more than you did yesterday. As the night grows quieter, allow yourself to slow down. Allow your thoughts to become lighter. Allow your body to become heavier. And as Stoic wisdom gently guides you inward, you may begin to discover something anxiety has been hiding from you all along. That beneath the fear, beneath the tension, beneath the endless noise of the mind, there is a part of you that has always been calm, a part of you that has always been whole, a part of you that has been waiting patiently for you to come home. As the body begins to slow down and the noise of the day starts to fade, something interesting often happens. The thoughts we were able to ignore during busy hours quietly return. The worries, the frustrations, the things we wish had gone differently. And hidden beneath many of those thoughts is a struggle so common that most people never even notice it. A struggle that may be creating far more anxiety than they realize. Most anxiety does not begin with what happens to us. It begins with our resistance to what has already happened. There is a reason some events stay in the body long after they are over. There is a reason certain memories still create tension years later. There is a reason some people can spend an entire day feeling uneasy without knowing exactly why. The body remembers every battle the mind refuses to end. One of the greatest sources of anxiety is not reality itself. It is the silent argument we keep having with reality. Life unfolds in a certain way. Something unexpected happens. Someone disappoints us. A plan falls apart. A door closes. A mistake is made. A loss arrives. Then something inside us says, "This should not have happened." And from that moment, a conflict begins. Reality moves in one direction. The mind pulls in another. The event ends, but the resistance remains. Most people believe anxiety comes from the future. Sometimes it does. But often anxiety comes from the present moment because we are mentally fighting something that has already occurred. Think about how much energy it takes to argue with reality, not out loud, internally, replaying conversations, wishing people were different, wishing the past could change, wishing life had followed another path. Every time the mind says, "This should not be happening," it creates tension. And tension is not only mental, the body feels it. The shoulders tighten, the jaw hardens, breathing becomes shallow, sleep becomes difficult. The nervous system receives a message that danger is present, not because danger actually exists, but because the mind is treating reality itself as the enemy. The Stoics understood this deeply. They knew that suffering grows when we demand that life be different from what it is. This does not mean we must like everything that happens. It does not mean we approve of every hardship. It simply means we stop wasting energy fighting facts. Marcus Aurelius reminded himself constantly that reality does not ask for our permission. Events happen according to their nature. The question is not whether we like them. The question is whether we will continue resisting them long after they arrive. Many people spend years carrying anxiety created by resistance. A relationship ended. The body still fights it. A career opportunity disappeared. The body still fights it. Someone failed to give the love they hoped for. The body still fights it. The strange thing is that reality moved on long ago, but the nervous system remains trapped in the struggle. This is why some people feel exhausted even when they have done very little physically. They are carrying invisible battles all day long. Battles against memories, battles against circumstances, battles against things that cannot be changed. And every battle requires energy. The body never forgets that effort. Tonight, consider a possibility that may feel uncomfortable at first. What if some of the anxiety you carry is not coming from your problems? What if it is coming from the fight against your problems? There is a profound difference, because if anxiety only comes from circumstances, then peace becomes impossible until life is perfect. And life will never be perfect. But if anxiety comes from resistance, then peace becomes available much sooner, not because circumstances change, because your relationship with them changes. Acceptance is often misunderstood. People hear the word and think it means giving up. The Stoics saw it differently. Acceptance is seeing clearly. It is looking at reality and saying, "This is what exists." Nothing more, nothing less. And from that clarity, wise action becomes possible. Resistance clouds judgment. Acceptance creates freedom. When you stop arguing with reality, something remarkable begins to happen inside the body. The nervous system no longer has to stay on high alert. The muscles begin to soften. Breathing deepens naturally. The mind becomes less crowded. Not because every problem disappears, because the war ends. Many people spend their lives searching for peace while secretly feeding the conflict that destroys it. They search for new answers, new strategies, new solutions. Yet the greatest relief often comes from putting down the struggle itself, from allowing reality to be what it is, from recognizing that fighting facts has never changed them. And as you rest tonight, perhaps there is one thing you can gently release. One argument with life that has lasted long enough. One burden of resistance that no longer needs to be carried. Because every moment spent fighting reality creates tension, but every moment spent accepting reality creates space. And in that space, something the anxious mind rarely experiences begins to emerge. a feeling that has been waiting quietly beneath the struggle all along. Relief. Relief is where the last lesson ended, but relief also reveals something deeper. Once you stop fighting reality, you may notice that the body still reacts before the mind understands why. You may tell yourself, "I am safe now," but the chest still tightens. You may know nothing is wrong, but the stomach still turns. And this is where anxiety becomes strange, because sometimes fear does not wait for your permission before it enters the body. There are fears you chose, and there are fears your nervous system learned while you were simply trying to survive. This is one of the quietest truths about anxiety. The body can learn danger from repeated pressure, painful moments, sudden loss, harsh words, disappointment, rejection, or long seasons of uncertainty. And once the body learns something as danger, it does not always ask the mind if the lesson is still true. It reacts first. It thinks later. This is why chronic anxiety can feel so unfair. A person may wake up with heaviness before anything has happened. They may enter a room and feel uneasy without knowing why. They may hear a certain tone in someone's voice and suddenly feel small, tense, or alert. Nothing dramatic may be happening in the present, yet the body behaves as if something old has returned. The nervous system is not trying to ruin your peace. It is trying to protect you with old information. That is what makes anxiety so exhausting. It is not always a clear thought saying, "Be afraid." Sometimes it is a quiet body signal saying, "We have felt this before. Be careful." And because the signal comes before explanation, many people blame themselves. They think they are weak. They think they are too sensitive. They think they should be over it by now. But the body does not heal by being insulted. The body heals when it is finally understood. The Stoics may not have used modern words like nervous system conditioning, but they understood the power of impressions. They knew that the mind receives an impression before it forms a judgment. Something happens, the body reacts, the mind interprets, and then the person either follows the reaction or steps back from it. This stepping back is the beginning of freedom. Epictetus taught that it is not events alone that disturb us, but the meaning we attach to them. Yet before meaning becomes conscious, the body may already be preparing for danger. A raised voice may become a threat because long ago raised voices meant pain. Silence may become frightening because long ago silence meant rejection. Change may feel unsafe because long ago change came with loss. So the body begins to connect things, a place, a smell, a message left unanswered, a certain look, a certain delay, a certain kind of uncertainty. And without asking you, the nervous system stores these connections as warnings. This is how fear becomes automatic. The mind may say, "This is not the same situation." But the body says, "It feels close enough." That is why anxiety often feels unreasonable. It is not because you are irrational. It is because your body is responding to a pattern it learned before your conscious mind had time to speak. And here is the important part. What was learned can be softened. The nervous system can learn fear without permission, but it can also learn safety through practice, not by force, not by shouting at yourself to calm down, not by pretending you are fine, but by gently showing the body, again and again, that this moment is different. This is why Stoic awareness matters so much. When fear rises, the old habit is to become the fear immediately, to obey it, to run with it, to build a story around it, to say, "Something is wrong because I feel wrong." But Stoic wisdom invites a calmer response. It asks you to pause, to observe, to say, "A signal is happening in my body, but I do not have to become the signal." That one sentence can begin to change everything. Because the anxious body needs a witness, not a war. When you notice fear without feeding it, you interrupt the old pattern. When you breathe slowly without demanding instant peace, you teach the body patience. When you remain present instead of escaping every uncomfortable feeling, you show the nervous system that discomfort is not always danger. This is how the body begins to unlearn. Slowly, quietly, honestly. Many people want one dramatic moment of healing, but the nervous system often changes through repeated small moments of safety. A calm breath, a gentle thought, a slower response, a quiet reminder that this is now, not then. The past may have trained the body to expect danger, but the present can train it to expect peace. That is why tonight matters. Not because one night removes every old fear, but because every night of stillness gives the body a new message. You are not in that old place anymore. You are not trapped in that old moment anymore. You do not have to answer every alarm as if it is truth. You can feel fear without letting fear lead. And as this understanding settles deeper, the body may begin to release a little of what it once held so tightly, not because you forced it, not because you defeated anxiety, but because you finally stopped treating your own nervous system like an enemy. You listened, you noticed, you stayed, and sometimes that is where healing begins. As you begin to understand that many fears were learned long before you consciously chose them, another realization slowly appears. Not all anxiety comes from the past. Some anxiety is constantly being manufactured by the future, not the actual future, the imagined future, the future that exists only inside the mind. And what makes this burden so heavy is that the body often cannot tell the difference. A strange thing happens when people become trapped in future-focused thinking. They begin living in problems that do not exist yet. Their mind travels days, weeks, months, or even years ahead, searching for dangers that may never arrive. And while the body remains in the present moment, the nervous system starts reacting to these imagined threats as if they are already happening. A person worries about a conversation next week. The body becomes tense today. A person worries about losing a job someday. The body releases stress today. A person worries about getting sick years from now. The body loses peace today. The event has not happened. The danger has not arrived. Yet the nervous system has already begun preparing for battle. This is one of the most exhausting habits the human mind can develop. The Stoics understood that much of human suffering comes from imagination rather than reality. They noticed that people often experience the same hardship twice, first in their minds before it happens, and then again if it actually happens. Many people spend years preparing for disasters that never come. They rehearse failure. They rehearse rejection. They rehearse embarrassment. They rehearse loss. They rehearse disappointment. And each rehearsal leaves a small mark on the body. The muscles tighten. The breathing shortens. The heart becomes restless. Sleep becomes lighter. Energy slowly drains away. Not because life is attacking them, because their imagination never stops sounding the alarm. There is a hidden cost to constantly anticipating problems. Most people think worrying helps them prepare. Sometimes preparation is useful, but worrying and preparing are not the same thing. Preparation solves what can be solved. Worry continues long after useful action has ended. Preparation creates clarity. Worry creates exhaustion. Preparation asks, "What can I do?" Worry asks, "What if?" over and over again. The problem is that the mind can create an endless supply of what-ifs. What if things go wrong? What if I fail? What if people judge me? What if I lose everything? What if something happens to someone I love? What if I cannot handle it? The moment one question is answered, another appears, then another, then another. The anxious mind is like a person standing at the shoreline, trying to stop every wave before it reaches the sand. The work never ends. The waves never stop. And eventually exhaustion becomes unavoidable. Marcus Aurelius often reminded himself to stay close to what was actually happening rather than what might happen. He understood that the present moment is usually far more manageable than the imagined future. Most people can handle today's challenges. What overwhelms them is carrying tomorrow's possibilities at the same time. The mind says, let's solve everything now. But life never asks that of us. Life only asks us to meet the moment we are actually living. Yet anxiety constantly tries to pull us away from that moment. It whispers that peace can wait until every uncertainty is removed. The problem is that uncertainty can never be fully removed. No one knows exactly what tomorrow will bring. No one knows what next year will look like. No one knows every twist and turn waiting ahead. And that uncertainty often frightens the mind. But the Stoics discovered something liberating. Uncertainty is not the enemy. It is simply part of being alive. The anxious mind treats uncertainty as a threat. The wise mind treats uncertainty as a fact. There is a profound difference. When uncertainty becomes a threat, the body remains alert. When uncertainty becomes a fact, the body can relax. Because facts do not require resistance. They require acceptance. Think about how much energy is consumed every day by problems that never arrive. How many conversations never happen? How many disasters never occur? How many fears never become reality? How many sleepless nights were spent fighting shadows? Years later, many people look back and realize that some of their greatest suffering came from events that existed only in imagination. The body paid the price for dangers that never arrived. The nervous system carried stress for battles that never happened. The heart carried burdens it never needed to carry. This is why future-focused anxiety is so draining. It steals energy from the present to pay for a future that may never come. It asks the body to survive experiences that do not yet exist. And the body, trying to protect you, obeys. Tonight, consider offering yourself a different kind of freedom. Not the freedom of knowing the future. That freedom does not exist. But the freedom of no longer demanding certainty from life. The freedom of allowing tomorrow to remain tomorrow. The freedom of returning your attention to this breath, this room, this moment, this night. Because right now, in this very moment, many of the things you fear are not happening. The future is not here. The imagined problems are not here. The worst-case scenarios are not here. Only this moment is here. And perhaps the deepest form of rest begins when the body finally realizes it no longer has to prepare for every possible storm. It only has to be present for the weather that actually arrives. As you begin to see how much energy is lost preparing for problems that never arrive, another hidden source of exhaustion comes into view. Some people become tired because they worry too much about the future. Others become tired because they spend years carrying emotions they never allow themselves to feel. And often they do not even realize they are doing it. There is a kind of fatigue that sleep alone cannot fix. A heaviness that remains even after a quiet weekend. A tension that follows you into the morning no matter how early you go to bed. Many people assume this exhaustion is purely physical, but sometimes the body is tired because it has been carrying emotional weight for far too long. The modern world often praises emotional suppression. People are taught to stay strong, keep moving, keep smiling, keep functioning. Do not cry. Do not complain. Do not let anyone see you struggle. Over time, many people become experts at hiding what they feel. The problem is that emotions do not disappear simply because they are ignored. They do not vanish because they are pushed aside. They do not leave because they are denied. What is not expressed is often stored, and the body becomes the storage room. A person experiences grief but never fully mourns. The body carries it. A person experiences anger but never acknowledges it. The body carries it. A person feels fear but constantly pretends to be fine. The body carries it. A person feels hurt but never allows themselves to process the pain. The body carries it. Year after year, the burden grows heavier. Not because the emotions are growing, because they are never allowed to move. Think about what happens when water stops flowing. It becomes stagnant. The same thing often happens emotionally. Healthy emotions are designed to move through us, to be noticed, to be understood, to be released. When they are trapped, they create internal pressure, and pressure always seeks somewhere to go. The Stoics are often misunderstood on this subject. Many people assume Stoicism teaches emotional suppression. It does not. The Stoics did not teach people to deny emotions. They taught people to understand emotions. There is a profound difference. Marcus Aurelius did not become peaceful by pretending he never felt frustration. He became peaceful by observing his reactions honestly. Epictetus did not teach people to bury their feelings. He taught them to examine the judgments, creating unnecessary suffering. The goal was never numbness. The goal was awareness. Many people believe strength means feeling less. Real strength often means becoming willing to feel more without running away. Because avoided emotions rarely disappear, they simply wait. Sometimes they wait for years. Then they emerge through anxiety, through irritability, through exhaustion, through restlessness, through a constant feeling that something is wrong even when life appears fine. The body often speaks the emotions the mind refuses to acknowledge. A person may say they are not angry, yet their shoulders remain tight every day. A person may say they have moved on, yet their chest still feels heavy whenever the memory returns. A person may insist they are okay, yet their nervous system never fully relaxes. The body is remarkably honest. It records experiences even when words are absent. It remembers losses that were never grieved. It remembers disappointments that were never discussed. It remembers fears that were never spoken aloud. And because the body remembers, emotional suppression eventually becomes physical labor. The nervous system must constantly work to keep those emotions pushed below the surface. That work requires energy, a tremendous amount of energy. Imagine trying to hold a beach ball underwater all day. At first it seems manageable, but eventually your arms begin to tire. The effort becomes exhausting, and the moment your attention slips, the ball rushes back to the surface. Suppressed emotions often work the same way. The more force required to keep them hidden, the more exhausted a person becomes. This is why some people feel strangely emotional when they finally slow down. The moment life becomes quiet, feelings that were buried begin to rise. Not because something is wrong, because something inside finally feels safe enough to be seen. The anxious mind often interprets this as failure. It says, "I should be over this." The wiser mind understands something different. Healing is not weakness. Feeling is not weakness. Acknowledging pain is not weakness. In many cases, it is the beginning of freedom. The Stoics encouraged people to face reality directly, and emotional reality is still reality. If sadness is present, notice it. If grief is present, notice it. If disappointment is present, notice it. Not to become trapped inside it, not to build an identity around it, simply to stop pretending it is not there. Because what is acknowledged can begin to soften. What is understood can begin to heal. What is faced no longer needs to hide in the shadows. Tonight, as your body settles deeper into rest, there may be emotions that have been waiting patiently for your attention. Not demanding, not attacking, simply waiting. Waiting to be noticed without judgment. Waiting to be felt without fear. Waiting to be released without resistance. And perhaps true rest is not only the absence of activity. Perhaps true rest is what happens when the body no longer has to carry emotions alone, when the burden of pretending finally ends, when the armor becomes unnecessary, when the weight that has been hidden for years is finally allowed to loosen its grip, because the body was never meant to be a prison for unspoken feelings. It was meant to be a place where life moves through you freely. And every emotion that is honestly acknowledged is one less burden the body must carry into tomorrow. As the weight of suppressed emotions begins to loosen, another layer of anxiety quietly reveals itself. Sometimes the problem is not that we refuse to feel something. Sometimes the problem is that what we felt was never fully completed. The conversation ended too soon. The goodbye never came. The apology was never given. The answer never arrived. The wound closed on the outside, but something remained unfinished on the inside, and what remains unfinished often continues living within the nervous system long after the event itself has ended. There is a reason certain memories return unexpectedly. A certain song plays, a familiar place appears, a random thought enters the mind. Suddenly, emotions from years ago feel strangely alive again. Many people assume this happens because they are unable to move on. But often it happens because part of the emotional experience was never fully processed. Life does not always give us clean endings. Sometimes people leave without explanation. Sometimes relationships end without closure. Sometimes dreams collapse before they have a chance to grow. Sometimes losses arrive so suddenly that the mind cannot absorb what has happened. The event may end in a single day, but the nervous system continues trying to understand it for years. This is one of the hidden sources of chronic anxiety. The body is still carrying experiences that never found resolution, not because resolution was available, but because the experience was never fully integrated. Think about how the body heals a physical wound. The healing process requires time. The body must recognize the injury, repair the damage, and gradually return to balance. Emotional wounds often work similarly. When an experience is too painful, too confusing, too overwhelming, or too sudden, part of the nervous system may struggle to complete the process. The event becomes trapped in an unfinished state, not forgotten, not resolved, simply suspended. And because it remains suspended, the nervous system continues treating it as something that requires attention. This is why unresolved emotional experiences often create a subtle background tension. A person may not think about the event every day, yet they still feel restless. They still feel guarded. They still feel uneasy without knowing exactly why. Part of their energy remains connected to something that never fully settled. The Stoics understood that human suffering often comes not from events themselves, but from the lingering judgments and attachments we continue carrying after the events have passed. An experience may be over, yet the mind continues returning to it, searching, questioning, replaying, analyzing, trying to find the missing piece that will finally create peace. The challenge is that many emotional experiences cannot be solved through thinking alone. The mind wants answers. The nervous system often needs acknowledgement. These are not the same thing. Many people spend years trying to think their way out of feelings. They search for perfect explanations, perfect understanding, perfect closure. Yet even after finding answers, the emotional tension sometimes remains, because the body was never asking for more analysis. The body was asking to be allowed to finish what it started, to grieve, to release, to accept, to let go. One of the most difficult truths about life is that closure is not always given by others. Sometimes it must be created within ourselves. A person may never apologize, a lost opportunity may never return, a relationship may never make sense, a painful chapter may never provide the answers we hoped for. If peace depends on receiving those answers, peace may never come. The Stoics encouraged a different path. They taught people to stop waiting for reality to become different before allowing themselves to heal. This does not mean pretending the loss was unimportant. It does not mean pretending the pain did not matter. It means recognizing that your peace cannot remain hostage to an ending that may never arrive. Many unresolved experiences continue affecting the nervous system because a part of us is still waiting. Waiting for justice, waiting for understanding, waiting for recognition, waiting for the past to become something it can never become. Meanwhile, the body continues carrying the emotional tension of that waiting. The nervous system remains partially activated, partially vigilant, partially unfinished. And over time, that unfinished state becomes exhausting. Tonight, consider how many chapters of your life may still be asking for attention, not because they need to be relived, not because they need to control you, but because they need to be acknowledged honestly. Some experiences do not need solutions. They need compassion. Some experiences do not need explanations. They need acceptance. Some experiences do not need endless revisiting. They need permission to rest. This is where healing often begins. Not when every question is answered, not when every memory disappears, but when the nervous system finally receives a message it has been waiting years to hear. It is over. Not because it never mattered, not because it was easy, not because it did not leave scars, but because the struggle to change it has finally ended. The event belongs to the past. The lesson remains, the wisdom remains, but the burden no longer needs to remain. And as this understanding slowly settles into the body, something remarkable begins to happen. The nervous system no longer has to hold the experience in an unfinished state. The muscles soften, the breath deepens, the mind becomes quieter, not because the memory disappears, but because the body no longer believes it must keep carrying it forward. And perhaps that is one of the deepest forms of healing available to us. Not erasing the past, not forgetting the experience, but allowing what was unfinished to finally come to rest. As unfinished emotional experiences begin to settle, another hidden source of anxiety starts to reveal itself. It is not always the past that keeps the nervous system exhausted. Sometimes it is the constant effort to prepare for what might happen next. Many people live as if danger is always just around the corner, not because danger is actually present, because their mind has been trained to expect it. Without realizing it, they spend their days preparing for conversations that have not happened, problems that have not appeared, conflicts that may never arrive, and disasters that exist only as possibilities. The body becomes trapped in a state of readiness, always watching, always scanning, always preparing. And eventually, preparation becomes a lifestyle. At first, this habit can seem responsible. After all, preparing for challenges sounds wise. The problem is that psychological preparation often goes far beyond practical preparation. Practical preparation asks, what can I do right now? Psychological preparation asks, what else could go wrong? The first creates action, the second creates anxiety. One solves problems, the other continuously creates new ones. This is why so many people struggle to rest. Even during peaceful moments, part of the mind remains on duty. It refuses to clock out. It refuses to relax. It believes its job is to stay alert at all times. The nervous system receives a simple message: stay ready, stay ready, stay ready. Eventually, the body forgets how to do anything else. The Stoics understood something many people overlook. The future is never fully under our control. Yet the anxious mind behaves as though enough preparation can eliminate uncertainty forever. It cannot. No amount of mental rehearsal can guarantee perfect outcomes. No amount of worrying can remove every risk. No amount of anticipation can prevent all pain. Yet many people spend years trying. They mentally practice arguments before they happen. They rehearse bad news before receiving it. They prepare for rejection before anyone rejects them. They prepare for failure before they have even begun. And every rehearsal keeps the nervous system activated. The body does not know that the threat is imaginary. It responds as if the event is already unfolding. The heart rate changes, the muscles tighten, stress hormones increase. Energy is consumed, not because life is demanding it, because the mind keeps sounding alarms. One reason this habit becomes so powerful is that it creates the illusion of control. Preparing feels productive. It feels safer than uncertainty. It feels like doing something. But many forms of psychological preparation are simply anxiety wearing a disguise. The mind says, if I think about this enough, I will be safe. Yet, the thinking never ends. There is always another possibility to consider, another danger to anticipate, another outcome to fear. The result is a nervous system that never receives permission to stand down. Imagine a soldier who remains on a battlefield long after the war has ended. Day after day, he continues scanning the horizon, watching for attacks, expecting danger, sleeping lightly, trusting nothing, even when peace has returned. Eventually, the soldier's greatest burden is no longer the enemy. It is the inability to stop preparing for the enemy. Many people live this way psychologically. The crisis has passed. The difficult chapter has ended. The painful season is over. Yet the mind continues preparing as if the danger remains. The body follows its instructions, and chronic anxiety develops. Marcus Aurelius often reminded himself to focus on what was directly in front of him. Not because he ignored the future, but because he understood something important. The present moment is where life is actually happening. The anxious mind constantly abandons the present. It rushes ahead, searching for future threats. Meanwhile, the only place where peace can exist is left behind. Right here, right now. This moment. There is another hidden cost to constant preparation. It prevents trust, not trust that everything will go perfectly. Trust that you will be able to meet life when it arrives. Many anxious people secretly believe they will not be able to handle future difficulties. That belief fuels endless preparation. But look at your life honestly. You have already survived challenges you once thought would break you. You have already adapted to situations you never expected. You have already endured uncertainty, disappointment, change, and loss. Again and again, life tested you. Again and again, you found a way forward. The Stoics called this inner resilience. Not confidence that nothing difficult will happen. Confidence that whatever happens, you will meet it when it comes. That kind of trust changes everything. Because when trust grows, preparation no longer needs to become obsession. The nervous system no longer needs to remain on permanent alert. The body begins to understand that safety does not come from predicting every possible future. Safety comes from knowing you can respond to reality when it arrives. Tonight, consider how much of your energy has been spent preparing for moments that never came. How many conversations never happened? How many fears never materialized? How many imagined disasters quietly dissolved on their own? And notice how much life was missed while preparing for them. The sunset that passed unnoticed, the peaceful afternoon that was interrupted by worry, the quiet evening that became another planning session for a future that never unfolded. What if you no longer needed to carry that burden? What if you could allow tomorrow to remain tomorrow? What if you could release the responsibility of protecting yourself from every possible outcome? Because no human being was designed to live in constant readiness. The nervous system was designed to move between effort and rest, between alertness and recovery, between action and stillness. And perhaps one of the greatest gifts you can offer yourself tonight is permission to stop preparing for a little while, to stop scanning, to stop rehearsing, to stop anticipating, to allow the body to discover something it may not have felt in a very long time, the simple relief of being here, not in tomorrow, not in next week, not in some imagined future, just here, and for this moment, that is enough. As you slowly release the habit of preparing for dangers that may never come, another deeper truth begins to emerge. Sometimes anxiety is not being created by the future at all. Sometimes it is being carried forward from the past, and often the body remembers what the mind has long forgotten. A curious thing happens after a painful experience. The event ends, the years pass, life changes, new people enter your life, new chapters begin, yet certain situations can still trigger reactions that seem far larger than the moment itself. A particular tone of voice, a sudden change in someone's behavior, a feeling of uncertainty, a certain type of conflict. Before you even have time to think, something inside you tightens. Your heart speeds up, your breathing changes, your muscles become alert, your mind starts searching for danger. And you may wonder why. The reason is that the body stores experiences differently than the mind does. The mind remembers through stories, the body remembers through reactions. The nervous system was designed to help you survive. Its primary responsibility is not happiness, comfort, or relaxation. Its primary responsibility is protection. Because of this, it pays very close attention to experiences that involve pain, fear, rejection, humiliation, betrayal, loss, or uncertainty. When something deeply painful happens, the nervous system learns from it. It begins creating associations. It starts connecting certain situations, environments, emotions, and experiences with danger. This process happens automatically. You do not choose it. The body simply learns. This is why someone who experienced harsh criticism growing up may become extremely sensitive to disapproval later in life. Someone who was betrayed may struggle to trust even trustworthy people. Someone who experienced sudden loss may feel anxious whenever life becomes uncertain. The original event may belong to the past, but the protective response remains active in the present. The body does not always know the difference between what happened then and what is happening now. It simply notices something familiar and prepares to protect you. This is one of the hidden reasons anxiety feels so confusing. A person may consciously understand that they are safe. They may logically know there is no immediate threat, yet their body reacts as if danger has already arrived. The nervous system is responding to a memory that does not always appear as a thought. Sometimes it appears as a sensation, a tightening chest, a nervous stomach, restless energy, a sudden feeling of unease, an urge to escape. The body is speaking the language it learned years ago. The Stoics understood that human beings are constantly influenced by automatic impressions. Something happens, a reaction appears, and then the mind creates a story about the reaction. Most people never pause long enough to examine what is actually happening. They immediately assume the reaction is telling the truth. But reactions are not always reality. Sometimes they are echoes. echoes of old fears, echoes of old wounds, echoes of old lessons that were once necessary for survival. This is why awareness is so powerful. The moment you begin observing your reactions instead of immediately obeying them, you create space between yourself and the fear. The body says, "Something feels dangerous." Instead of automatically believing it, you gently ask, "Is danger actually present right now?" That simple question can change everything, because many of the fears that control people today were created in circumstances that no longer exist. The child who needed protection is now an adult. The painful season has ended. The difficult chapter has passed. The threat belongs to another time. Yet the nervous system continues operating from an old map. And old maps do not always describe current reality. Healing often begins when the body is given new experiences. Every time you remain calm in a situation that once triggered fear, the nervous system receives new information. Every time you stay present instead of running away, the body learns something new. Every time you breathe through discomfort rather than immediately treating it as danger, the old pattern weakens slightly. The nervous system learns through repetition, and it heals through repetition too. This process requires patience because the body changes more slowly than the mind. You may intellectually understand something today, but the nervous system may need many experiences before it fully trusts that understanding. That is okay. The goal is not to force the body to forget. The goal is to help the body realize that the danger has passed. Tonight, there may be parts of you still carrying old fears, not because you are weak, not because you are broken, but because your nervous system learned certain lessons while trying to protect you. Those lessons may have once served an important purpose. They may have helped you survive. But survival is not the same as living. And there comes a point when the body must be gently taught that it no longer needs to remain on guard. The past can leave wisdom without leaving fear. The memory can remain without controlling the present. The lesson can stay without the burden staying with it. And as you continue resting tonight, allow yourself to remember something simple but powerful. Not every feeling belongs to this moment. Not every fear belongs to today. Not every alarm deserves your obedience. Sometimes the body is simply remembering an old threat. And when you understand that, the reaction begins to lose some of its power. The grip softens, the tension eases, and little by little, the present moment becomes stronger than the echoes of the past. As the grip of old fears begins to loosen, something unexpected often happens. Many people assume that peace will immediately feel comfortable once anxiety starts fading. They believe that the moment stress disappears, the body will automatically relax into calmness. But that is not always what happens. For some people, peace feels strange. Stillness feels unfamiliar. Relaxation feels almost uncomfortable. And this can be confusing. After spending years wishing for less anxiety, why would calmness feel difficult? The answer lies in how the nervous system adapts. The human body learns from repetition. Whatever state you spend the most time in eventually begins to feel normal. If you spend years rushing, the body becomes accustomed to rushing. If you spend years worrying, the body becomes accustomed to worrying. If you spend years expecting problems, the nervous system begins treating vigilance as its natural state. Over time, anxiety stops feeling unusual. It starts feeling familiar, not pleasant, not enjoyable, just familiar, and familiarity has a strange power over human beings. The mind often prefers what is familiar over what is healthy. This is why some people return to unhealthy relationships. This is why some people repeat the same emotional patterns. This is why some people feel uncomfortable when life becomes calm. The nervous system has learned to associate alertness with safety. It believes that staying prepared prevents pain. It believes that constant scanning prevents surprises. It believes that tension is protection. So when genuine calmness appears, part of the body becomes suspicious. The nervous system asks a silent question: why are we relaxing? There must be something we're missing. There must be a danger we haven't noticed. And suddenly the person feels uneasy, not because something is wrong, but because nothing is wrong. This may sound strange, yet it happens every day. A person finally gets a quiet evening. Instead of enjoying it, they begin searching for problems. A difficult situation finally resolves. Instead of feeling relief, they immediately start worrying about the next issue. Life becomes peaceful for a moment. The mind rushes to fill the silence. This is one of the hidden consequences of chronic stress. The nervous system becomes addicted to activation, not because stress feels good, because stress feels familiar. For years, the body may have operated in survival mode. It learned to wake up alert. It learned to anticipate disappointment. It learned to monitor other people's moods. It learned to stay ready for unexpected challenges. Eventually, that state becomes normal. Then, when peace arrives, it feels abnormal. The Stoics understood something important about human nature. They knew that people often become attached to patterns that create suffering. Not because they enjoy suffering, but because the patterns have become part of their identity. A person who has worried for decades may unconsciously believe worrying is responsible. A person who has been stressed for years may unconsciously believe stress is necessary. A person who has lived in survival mode may struggle to trust a life that no longer requires survival. The challenge is not simply removing anxiety. The challenge is learning how to trust peace. And trust takes time. The nervous system does not instantly abandon habits that have been practiced for years. It needs evidence. It needs repetition. It needs experience. Every moment of safety becomes a lesson. Every peaceful evening becomes a lesson. Every calm breath becomes a lesson. The body slowly begins learning that relaxation is not dangerous, that stillness is not laziness, that rest is not weakness, that peace does not require constant justification. Many people never realize how exhausting chronic vigilance truly is until they begin letting it go. It is like carrying a heavy backpack every day for years. At first, the weight feels overwhelming. Then the body adapts. Eventually, the burden becomes so familiar that it feels normal. Only when the backpack is removed do you realize how heavy it actually was. The same thing happens with anxiety. Many people do not understand how much energy they spend monitoring, anticipating, worrying, preparing, and scanning until they begin releasing those habits. Then something remarkable happens. The body starts discovering a different way of living, a slower way, a softer way, a way that does not require constant defense. Marcus Aurelius often reminded himself that much of human suffering comes from unnecessary disturbance, not from reality itself, but from the endless agitation created within the mind. He understood that peace is not something we find after controlling life. Peace emerges when we stop demanding control over everything. This lesson becomes especially important when safety feels unfamiliar, because the temptation is to return to old patterns, to return to worrying, to return to preparing, to return to scanning for threats. After all, those habits feel known. But healing requires moving beyond what feels familiar. Healing requires allowing the nervous system to experience something new, a life where every quiet moment is not interrupted by fear, a life where calmness does not need to be questioned, a life where safety is allowed to simply exist. Tonight, as your body settles deeper into rest, notice whether there is a part of you that still feels responsible for staying alert. a part that believes relaxation is risky, a part that fears lowering its guard. If that part exists, meet it with compassion. It developed for a reason. It was trying to protect you. It learned its lessons during difficult seasons. But those seasons are not this moment. This moment is different. This room is different. This night is different. And perhaps the greatest gift you can offer your nervous system tonight is permission. Permission to stop searching. Permission to stop monitoring. Permission to stop preparing. Permission to discover what it feels like to be safe without needing a reason. Because peace is not something you must earn. Safety is not something you must constantly defend. And the more your body experiences that truth, the more it begins to understand something it may have forgotten long ago. That calmness is not a threat. It is home. As the nervous system slowly learns that safety is possible, another hidden source of anxiety begins to reveal itself. It is quieter than many people realize. It often disguises itself as responsibility, preparation, intelligence, or caution. Yet beneath all of those appearances is a fear that drives countless anxious thoughts every day. The fear of losing control. Few fears are as deeply rooted as this one. Most people do not wake up in the morning and consciously think, "I am afraid of losing control." Instead, the fear operates beneath the surface. It quietly influences decisions, relationships, expectations, and reactions. It shapes how people think about the future. It shapes how they respond to uncertainty. And without realizing it, many people spend enormous amounts of energy trying to control things that were never fully theirs to control in the first place. At first, control seems helpful. After all, some control is necessary. We control our actions. We control our choices. We control our effort. We control our attitude. The problem begins when the mind expands its territory and starts demanding control over things it cannot truly govern. Other people's opinions, other people's behavior, the future, the outcome of every situation, the timing of life, unexpected events, the actions of the world around us. The moment the mind starts demanding certainty in uncertain places, anxiety begins to grow. This is because life constantly reminds us of a truth many people spend years resisting. Control is limited. No matter how intelligent you are, no matter how prepared you are, no matter how careful you are, there will always be variables you cannot predict and outcomes you cannot guarantee. For the anxious mind, this reality feels deeply uncomfortable. It feels dangerous. The mind responds by trying even harder. More planning, more worrying, more checking, more analyzing, more monitoring. The belief is simple. If I can control enough things, I will finally feel safe. Yet something strange happens. The more control becomes the goal, the less peace becomes possible. Because complete control never arrives. The finish line keeps moving. The anxious mind solves one uncertainty only to discover another. It gains reassurance today and immediately begins seeking reassurance for tomorrow. It creates plans for one possibility and then starts worrying about 10 more possibilities. The search never ends. This is why control-seeking behavior often creates the very tension it hopes to eliminate. The nervous system remains trapped in constant vigilance. It cannot relax because it is waiting for certainty, and certainty never comes. The Stoics understood this better than most. In fact, one of the central foundations of Stoic philosophy is the distinction between what is within our control and what is not. Epictetus repeatedly taught that suffering grows when we become attached to things that lie outside our influence: the weather, the opinions of others, the behavior of other people, the past, the future, the outcome of our efforts. These things belong to life itself. The moment we demand ownership over them, conflict begins. And conflict creates anxiety. Think about how much tension enters the body when something does not go according to plan. A delayed message, a cancelled appointment, an unexpected change, a misunderstanding. The anxious mind immediately starts resisting. It wants reality to obey its expectations. When reality refuses, frustration appears. Then tension follows. Then anxiety grows. The body tightens because control has been challenged. Many people live as though peace depends on life behaving exactly as expected. But life has never worked that way. Life is movement. Life is uncertainty. Life is change. The Stoics did not become peaceful because they controlled life. They became peaceful because they stopped demanding control over what could never be controlled. Marcus Aurelius ruled an empire, yet even he reminded himself daily that countless events would unfold beyond his influence. Instead of fighting this reality, he accepted it, not with resignation, not with weakness, but with wisdom, because acceptance frees energy. Control-seeking consumes it. Every attempt to manage the uncontrollable requires psychological effort. The body pays for that effort. The nervous system pays for that effort. The mind pays for that effort. And eventually, exhaustion follows. One of the most liberating realizations a person can have is understanding that letting go is not the same as giving up. Many people confuse the two. Giving up means refusing to act. Letting go means acting where you can while releasing what you cannot control. The difference is enormous. One creates helplessness, the other creates freedom. You can prepare without obsessing. You can care without controlling. You can love without possessing. You can plan without demanding certainty. You can take responsibility without carrying the weight of the entire world. This balance is where peace begins, because the nervous system finally receives permission to stop carrying impossible responsibilities. Tonight, as you settle deeper into stillness, notice whether there are things you are trying to control that do not belong to you. Perhaps it is another person's choices. Perhaps it is the future. Perhaps it is an outcome that has not yet arrived. Perhaps it is a chapter of life that refuses to unfold according to your schedule. Whatever it may be, gently ask yourself a simple question. What would happen if I stopped trying to hold everything together? Not forever, just for this moment, just for tonight. What if life does not require your constant supervision? What if the world can continue turning without your endless vigilance? What if safety does not come from controlling everything? What if safety comes from trusting your ability to meet whatever arrives? Because beneath the fear of losing control is often a deeper fear. The fear that you will not be able to handle life if things go differently than planned, but you have already handled more than you once thought possible. You have survived uncertainty before. You have adapted before. You have endured change before. And that same strength remains within you now. The body does not need to remain tense in order to be capable. The mind does not need to remain anxious in order to be prepared. And perhaps tonight, for the first time in a long while, you can allow yourself to loosen your grip. Not because life is completely predictable, but because peace was never meant to depend on that. As you begin loosening your grip on the need to control everything, another habit often comes into view. It is a habit so common that many people mistake it for responsibility. They believe they are being careful. They believe they are being wise. They believe they are preparing themselves for life. But what they are often doing is mentally living through the same future hundreds of times before it ever arrives. They rehearse conversations. They rehearse conflicts. They rehearse failures. They rehearse disappointments. They rehearse losses. They rehearse every possible outcome as if the mind believes enough preparation can eliminate uncertainty forever. Yet no matter how many times the future is rehearsed, uncertainty remains. And that is where anxiety finds its power. The anxious mind struggles to leave unanswered questions alone. It wants guarantees. It wants certainty. It wants to know exactly what will happen, how it will happen, when it will happen, and how everything will end. Life rarely provides those answers, so the mind creates simulations instead. A person receives an important message. Immediately, the mind begins imagining 10 different outcomes. A meeting is scheduled. The mind starts rehearsing every possible conversation. Someone becomes distant. The mind creates countless explanations and scenarios. An opportunity appears. The mind imagines both success and disaster before taking a single step. All of this activity feels useful, but most of the time, it creates only one thing: exhaustion. The body pays a price for every mental rehearsal. Each imagined conflict creates tension. Each imagined disaster activates stress. Each imagined rejection affects the nervous system. The body responds to these mental scenarios as though they deserve attention. Not because they are real, because the mind keeps presenting them as important. Many people spend more time preparing for life than actually living it. They are so busy rehearsing tomorrow that they never fully arrive in today. The Stoics recognized this tendency thousands of years ago. They understood that the human mind constantly tries to escape uncertainty. It wants certainty because certainty feels safe, yet the pursuit of complete certainty often becomes the source of suffering. Marcus Aurelius frequently reminded himself to focus on what was directly before him, not because the future did not matter, but because he understood something most anxious minds forget. The future can only be met when it arrives. No amount of mental rehearsal changes that fact. You can think about a conversation 1,000 times. The actual conversation will still unfold in real time. You can rehearse a challenge endlessly. The actual challenge will still require your presence when it arrives. You can imagine every possible outcome. Life will still surprise you. The anxious mind believes rehearsal creates safety, but often it creates something very different. It creates attachment. The more a person rehearses a specific outcome, the more they become emotionally attached to that outcome. Then when reality unfolds differently, disappointment grows. Not because reality is terrible, because reality failed to follow the script, and life rarely follows scripts. One of the greatest sources of peace comes from understanding that uncertainty is not a problem to solve. It is a condition of being alive. Every meaningful part of life contains uncertainty. Love contains uncertainty. Friendship contains uncertainty. Growth contains uncertainty. Opportunity contains uncertainty. Even tomorrow contains uncertainty. Trying to remove uncertainty from life is like trying to remove water from the ocean. The struggle itself becomes exhausting. The Stoics chose a different path. Instead of demanding certainty, they practiced trust. Not trust that everything would go perfectly, trust that they could meet whatever arrived. This is a profound shift. The anxious mind asks, what if something goes wrong? The Stoic mind asks, if something goes wrong, how will I respond? One seeks impossible guarantees. The other develops inner strength. One creates fear. The other creates confidence. When you trust your ability to respond, the need for endless rehearsal begins to fade. You no longer need to live tomorrow 100 times before it arrives. You no longer need to mentally solve every possible problem. You no longer need to prepare for every version of the future. You simply prepare where you can and release what you cannot know. This is not carelessness. It is wisdom. because no amount of rehearsal can create certainty, but endless rehearsal can certainly create anxiety. Tonight, notice how often the mind wants to leave this moment, how often it wants to run ahead, how often it wants to create stories about things that have not happened. And instead of following every thought, simply observe them. Watch them come, watch them go. Allow them to exist without turning them into missions that must be completed. The future does not need to be solved tonight. The unanswered questions do not need immediate answers. The uncertain outcomes do not need endless analysis. Life has always unfolded one moment at a time, not one rehearsal at a time. One moment, one breath, one step, and perhaps one of the greatest gifts you can offer yourself tonight is permission to stop practicing futures that may never arrive. Permission to let uncertainty remain uncertain. Permission to leave some questions unanswered. Permission to trust that when tomorrow comes, you will meet it just as you have met every other day before, because peace is not found when uncertainty disappears. Peace is found when you no longer need uncertainty to disappear before allowing yourself to rest. As you begin releasing the need to mentally rehearse every possible future, another layer of anxiety quietly comes into focus. It is one of the most deceptive forms of anxiety because it often disguises itself as strength. Many people believe they are protecting themselves. In reality, they are imprisoning themselves. This process usually begins with pain, a betrayal, a disappointment, a heartbreak, a humiliation, a loss. Something happens that leaves a mark on the heart, and naturally, the mind wants to make sure it never happens again. So it creates protection. It builds walls. It develops defenses. It becomes cautious. At first, these defenses serve a purpose. They help a person recover. They create distance from further harm. They allow the nervous system time to heal. But something strange can happen over time. The protection remains long after the danger has disappeared. What was once a temporary shield becomes a permanent way of living. And slowly, protection transforms into confinement. The person who was hurt by rejection becomes afraid to be vulnerable. The person who was betrayed becomes afraid to trust. The person who was criticized becomes afraid to express themselves. The person who experienced loss becomes afraid to become attached. The armor stays in place day after day, year after year, not because danger is always present, because the nervous system believes the armor is the only thing keeping it safe. The problem is that emotional armor does not only block pain, it blocks life. Walls do not choose what enters. They keep everything out. Love, connection, joy, trust, spontaneity, peace. The same defenses that protect against hurt often prevent healing. This is why some people feel trapped even when life appears stable. They have become experts at avoiding pain, but they have also become experts at avoiding freedom. The Stoics understood that courage is not the absence of vulnerability. It is the willingness to face reality without hiding behind endless defenses. Many people misunderstand Stoicism as emotional hardness. The truth is much deeper. The Stoics were not trying to become unfeeling. They were trying to become unafraid of feeling. There is a huge difference. An emotionally armored person avoids feeling because they fear pain. A wise person allows feelings because they trust their ability to handle them. One lives behind walls. The other lives with openness. Anxiety often grows inside emotional armor because maintaining those defenses requires constant effort. The nervous system must remain vigilant. It must keep scanning. It must keep evaluating. It must keep asking questions. Can I trust this person? Will this situation hurt me? What if something goes wrong? What if I get disappointed again? What if I let my guard down? The mind never truly rests, because armor requires maintenance. The body remains alert because it believes danger could appear at any moment. Over time, this constant vigilance becomes exhausting. Many people assume they are tired because life is difficult. Sometimes they are tired because they are carrying emotional armor that has become too heavy. Think about how much energy it takes to constantly protect yourself from experiences that have not even happened, to constantly monitor people, to constantly expect disappointment, to constantly prepare for betrayal, to constantly guard your emotions. The nervous system was never designed to live that way forever. It was designed to respond to danger, not permanently anticipate it. This is why anxiety and emotional armor are often closely connected. The armor says, "Stay guarded." The body hears, "Stay alert." The nervous system hears, "Danger is nearby." And anxiety continues. The tragedy is that many people become so accustomed to their armor that they mistake it for their personality. They say things like, "I just don't trust people. I don't get close to anyone. I don't depend on others. I don't let people in." What they call personality is often protection. What they call independence is often fear. What they call caution is often an old wound trying to avoid being touched again. The Stoics encouraged something different. They taught people to accept the risks that come with being human, because every meaningful experience carries uncertainty. Love carries risk. Friendship carries risk. Trust carries risk. Hope carries risk. Connection carries risk. But avoiding those risks creates a different kind of suffering. The suffering of isolation. The suffering of emotional distance. The suffering of never fully participating in life. Marcus Aurelius understood that life is temporary. Every relationship, every experience, every opportunity exists for only a short time. Knowing this did not make him withdraw from life. It made him appreciate it more deeply, because true peace is not found by avoiding every possible wound. It is found by becoming strong enough to live despite the possibility of being wounded. Tonight, consider whether there are forms of emotional armor you are still carrying. Old defenses, old walls, old protective habits. Not with judgment, not with criticism, simply with awareness. Ask yourself whether those defenses are still serving you, or whether they have become a prison disguised as protection. Because there comes a point when healing is no longer about building stronger walls. It becomes about opening doors, slowly, carefully, patiently. The goal is not to become defenseless. The goal is to become free. Free from constant vigilance, free from endless guarding, free from carrying armor that no longer belongs to your present life. And perhaps tonight, as your body grows heavier and your mind becomes quieter, you can allow yourself to loosen one small piece of that armor. Not because the world is perfectly safe, but because you no longer want fear to be the architect of your life. Because beneath every wall is a human being who longs for peace, and beneath every layer of protection is a nervous system that is tired of standing guard, a nervous system that is finally ready to rest. As you begin loosening the armor that fear built around your life, an important question naturally arises. If you stop protecting yourself so intensely, if you stop rehearsing every possible outcome, if you stop trying to control everything, then where does your sense of safety come from? Most people have spent their entire lives believing that safety comes from certainty. They believe they can relax once they know exactly what will happen. Once the future is guaranteed, once every risk is removed, once every answer is found, once every possibility is accounted for, only then, they tell themselves, will they finally feel safe. But there is a problem with this approach. Life never offers those guarantees. The future remains uncertain. People remain unpredictable. Circumstances continue to change. Plans still fall apart. Unexpected events still arrive. If safety depends on certainty, then peace will always remain just out of reach. This is why so many people live with chronic anxiety, not because life is always dangerous, because they are waiting for a level of certainty that life was never designed to provide. The Stoics understood this deeply. In fact, one of their greatest insights was that true security cannot be built upon things that constantly change. Anything outside your control can disappear. Money can disappear. Status can disappear. Relationships can change. Health can change. Circumstances can change. If your peace depends entirely on these things remaining stable, then your peace becomes fragile. The Stoics searched for something more reliable. They searched for a form of security that could survive uncertainty, and what they discovered changed everything. They realized that safety does not come from knowing what will happen. It comes from trusting who you will be when it happens. There is a profound difference. Most anxious people place their confidence in outcomes. The Stoics placed their confidence in character. The anxious mind asks, "What if things go wrong?" The Stoic mind asks, "If things go wrong, can I meet them with wisdom?" The anxious mind seeks guarantees. The Stoic mind develops resilience. One depends on the future. The other depends on inner strength. Think about how much of your anxiety comes from trying to predict life. Trying to know what people will do. Trying to know what tomorrow will bring. Trying to know how every story will end. Now, consider a different possibility. What if you stopped demanding certainty from life and started trusting your ability to respond to life? What if your sense of security came not from knowing the future, but from knowing yourself? This is where genuine freedom begins. Because the future has always been uncertain, yet somehow you have continued moving forward. You have faced difficult conversations. You have survived disappointments. You have adapted to unexpected changes. You have endured losses. You have navigated challenges you never saw coming, and here you are, still standing, still learning, still growing, still breathing. Many of the situations that once seemed impossible eventually became part of your story. Not because they were easy, because you were more capable than you realized. The anxious mind constantly underestimates this truth. It assumes future difficulties will be unbearable. It forgets all the evidence proving otherwise. It forgets every challenge already survived. It forgets every obstacle already overcome. It forgets every time life tested you and you found a way through. The Stoics trained themselves to remember. They understood that confidence is not believing nothing difficult will happen. Confidence is knowing that difficulty does not automatically mean defeat. Marcus Aurelius ruled during wars, plagues, political conflicts, and uncertainty. Yet his writings repeatedly return to the same idea. The world may be chaotic. Your inner response does not have to be. This is the heart of Stoic security. Not certainty, stability. Not guarantees. Trust. Not prediction. Presence. When people spend years chasing certainty, they often miss the peace available right now. They postpone calmness until the future becomes predictable. But the future never becomes predictable. Life continues unfolding exactly as life always has. Unexpectedly, the Stoics chose to make peace with this reality, not because they liked uncertainty, because they recognized that fighting uncertainty only creates more suffering. Acceptance became stronger than resistance. Trust became stronger than fear. Presence became stronger than prediction. Tonight, notice how much energy has been spent trying to secure guarantees that never arrived. How many hours were devoted to worrying? How many nights were spent seeking certainty? How many moments of peace were sacrificed while waiting for complete reassurance? And notice something else. Despite all that uncertainty, you are still here. The future remained unknown, yet life continued. The questions remained unanswered, yet life continued. The guarantees never appeared, yet life continued. Perhaps the safety you have been searching for was never hidden in certainty. Perhaps it was hidden within your own ability to face life as it unfolds. Because true peace does not come from controlling what happens next. It comes from trusting that whatever happens next, you will meet it one moment at a time. And as this realization settles into the nervous system, something begins to soften. The need to know everything. The need to predict everything. The need to guarantee everything. They slowly lose their grip. What remains is something quieter, something steadier, something far more reliable than certainty itself. The quiet confidence that you do not need the future to be guaranteed before allowing yourself to feel safe tonight. As you begin finding safety beyond certainty, another pattern becomes easier to recognize. The mind no longer seems quite as trustworthy as it once did. You start noticing how often it pulls you into endless loops of thinking, the same problem, the same question, the same possibility, over and over again. And eventually, a deeper question emerges. Why does the mind do this? Why does it keep returning to the same thoughts, even when no solution appears? Why does it analyze situations long after analysis has stopped being useful? Most people assume overthinking is a sign that they care deeply. They believe it is intelligence working overtime. They believe it is responsibility, caution, or preparation. But beneath much of overthinking lies something far simpler. Fear. Not always obvious fear. Not panic, not terror. A quieter fear. A hidden fear. A fear wearing the mask of analysis. This is why overthinking can feel productive while accomplishing very little. The mind convinces itself that if it keeps examining the problem, eventually certainty will appear. Eventually the perfect answer will arrive. Eventually all risk will disappear. But that moment never comes. The thinking continues. The questions multiply. The exhaustion grows. And anxiety remains. The truth is that overthinking is rarely about finding answers. It is often about avoiding uncertainty. When the mind feels afraid, it starts searching. Searching for reassurance. Searching for guarantees. Searching for explanations. Searching for certainty. The problem is that many of life's biggest questions do not offer complete certainty. You cannot fully predict how someone feels about you. You cannot fully predict the future. You cannot fully predict every outcome. You cannot fully eliminate risk. The anxious mind struggles to accept this reality. So it begins thinking harder, analyzing deeper, revisiting old conversations, imagining different scenarios, examining every detail. The hope is that enough thinking will finally create safety. Instead, it often creates fatigue. Think about how much energy overthinking consumes. A conversation that lasted 5 minutes gets analyzed for 5 hours. A small mistake gets reviewed for days. A future possibility gets rehearsed dozens of times. Meanwhile, the body remains trapped in a state of tension. The nervous system interprets all this mental activity as evidence that something important must be wrong. After all, if the mind keeps returning to the problem, the body assumes the threat must still exist. And so the cycle continues. Fear creates thinking. Thinking creates tension. Tension creates more fear. More fear creates more thinking. The wheel keeps turning. The Stoics understood this cycle long before modern psychology gave it a name. They recognized that excessive thinking often creates more suffering than the event itself. Marcus Aurelius frequently reminded himself not to become lost inside unnecessary mental activity. He understood that the mind has a tendency to create additional suffering through endless interpretation. An event happens. Then the mind creates a story. The story creates anxiety. The anxiety creates more stories. Soon, the person is no longer reacting to reality. They are reacting to their thoughts about reality. This is where overthinking becomes dangerous. It slowly replaces direct experience with mental simulation. Instead of living life, the person starts living inside analysis. Instead of experiencing the present, they become trapped inside possibilities. Instead of feeling peace, they become trapped in endless investigation. What makes overthinking particularly deceptive is that it feels responsible. A person thinks, if I stop thinking about this, I might miss something important. Yet many of the things people overthink never produce useful conclusions. The same thoughts simply repeat in different forms. The mind circles the same territory without finding an exit. That is because the real problem is often not the situation itself. The real problem is fear. Fear of making the wrong choice, fear of being hurt, fear of uncertainty, fear of failure, fear of rejection, fear of not being able to handle what comes next. The thinking is simply the surface expression of a deeper emotional concern. This is why solving overthinking requires more than better thinking. It requires understanding the fear underneath it. Once you recognize the fear, the endless analysis begins losing its power. Instead of asking, "What else should I think about this situation?" you begin asking, "What am I afraid might happen?" That question often reveals far more than hours of analysis ever could. Because fear thrives in confusion, it thrives in endless mental noise. But when fear is seen clearly, something changes. The mind no longer needs to keep disguising it as thinking. The nervous system no longer needs to keep sounding alarms through analysis. The hidden concern finally comes into the light, and what is brought into the light often becomes easier to understand. Tonight, notice how often your mind wants to keep solving problems that cannot be solved right now. Notice how often it wants to continue analyzing questions that have no immediate answer. Notice how often it mistakes thinking for safety. Then gently remind yourself of something simple. Not every thought deserves another thought. Not every question requires another question. Not every uncertainty requires endless analysis. Sometimes peace begins when the mind finally stops trying to think its way out of fear. Sometimes peace begins when you acknowledge the fear itself, not with judgment, not with resistance, simply with honesty, because beneath much of overthinking is a part of you that simply wants to feel safe, a part of you that wants reassurance, a part of you that is trying very hard to protect you. And once that part is understood, the endless mental activity often begins to quiet down. Not because every answer has been found, but because the fear no longer needs to hide behind endless thinking. And in that quiet space, something the overthinking mind rarely experiences begins to appear. Stillness. A stillness that does not come from having all the answers. A stillness that comes from no longer needing them. As you begin to see how overthinking is often fear hiding behind endless analysis, another habit becomes impossible to ignore. It is a habit so common that most people spend years doing it without realizing the damage it causes. The mind leaves the present. It travels backward, then it travels forward, then backward again, then forward again. And somewhere during all that movement, it forgets to live where life is actually happening. Right here, right now. This is what could be called emotional time travel. The body remains in the present moment, but the mind continuously visits places that no longer exist or places that have not yet arrived. It revisits old mistakes, old regrets, old conversations, old losses. Then it jumps ahead to future fears, future uncertainties, future problems, and future possibilities. The result is a person who is physically present but mentally absent. And anxiety thrives in that absence. Many people spend very little time in today. Their mind wakes up in yesterday. Then it rushes into tomorrow. Then it returns to yesterday, all before breakfast. The Stoics understood that one of the greatest causes of suffering is abandoning the present moment. They observed that most human beings create additional pain by carrying the past into today and borrowing trouble from tomorrow. The present moment becomes crowded. Not with reality, with memory and imagination. Memory is powerful. The mind naturally returns to unfinished moments. It replays mistakes. It replays embarrassing situations. It replays things that should have been said differently. It replays opportunities that were missed. The strange thing is that the mind often treats these memories as if revisiting them will somehow change them. But no amount of revisiting changes yesterday. The conversation remains finished. The mistake remains made. The chapter remains closed. Yet the mind keeps returning. Not because it enjoys suffering, because it hopes to find a different ending, and every return costs energy. The nervous system reacts. The emotions return. The body experiences stress. The person suffers again. Not because the event is happening, because the memory is being relived. Then the mind does something equally exhausting. It leaves the past and runs into the future. It begins creating possibilities. What if this happens? What if that goes wrong? What if I fail? What if I lose something important? What if things do not work out? Soon the body begins reacting to events that do not exist. The heart responds. The muscles tighten. The nervous system activates. The future has arrived emotionally, even though it has not arrived physically. This is why emotional time travel is so draining. The body keeps paying emotional costs for experiences that are not occurring. One payment goes to the past. Another payment goes to the future. Meanwhile, the present moment receives very little attention. Imagine trying to walk forward while constantly looking over your shoulder and staring into the distance at the same time. You would eventually become exhausted. You would miss what is directly in front of you. You would struggle to move with confidence. This is exactly what happens psychologically. The mind becomes divided. Part of it is grieving yesterday. Part of it is fearing tomorrow. Very little of it remains available for today. Marcus Aurelius frequently reminded himself to confine his attention to the present task, not because the past and future were unimportant, but because he understood that human beings only possess influence over the current moment. The past exists as memory, the future exists as possibility, the present exists as reality. Yet many people spend most of their emotional energy on the first two. The anxious mind often believes this emotional time travel is useful. It tells itself that revisiting the past prevents future mistakes. It tells itself that anticipating the future prevents future pain. Sometimes there is a small amount of truth in this. But beyond a certain point, reflection becomes rumination. Preparation becomes worry. Learning becomes suffering. The body does not know that the event being replayed happened 10 years ago. The nervous system responds to the emotional experience as it unfolds now. This is why old memories can still create physical reactions. This is why imagined futures can still create real anxiety. The body is always responding to the experience it believes is happening. And when the mind repeatedly transports itself into painful times, the body follows. One of the greatest gifts the Stoics offer is the practice of returning. Returning to what is real. returning to what is here, returning to what is happening now, not because the past should be forgotten, not because the future should be ignored, but because neither one should be allowed to steal your life. The present moment is where your breath exists. The present moment is where your body exists. The present moment is where your choices exist. The present moment is where peace becomes possible. Tonight, notice where your mind wants to travel. Notice its desire to revisit old wounds. Notice its desire to rehearse future fears. Notice how quickly it leaves the safety of this moment. And instead of following it immediately, gently guide your attention back. Back to your breathing. Back to your body. Back to this room. Back to this night. Because life is not happening yesterday. Life is not happening tomorrow. Life is happening here. And perhaps much of the anxiety that has been living inside you for so long has come from trying to live in places where you no longer are. The past has its lessons. The future has its possibilities. But peace belongs to the present. And the more often you return here, the more the nervous system begins to understand a truth it has been waiting to hear. You do not have to keep traveling through time to be safe. You only have to be here for this breath, for this moment, for this night. As you begin spending less time trapped in yesterday and tomorrow, another pattern becomes easier to recognize. It is a pattern that quietly fuels anxiety every single day. Most people do not notice it because it happens entirely inside their own minds. It sounds like a conversation. An endless conversation, a conversation with fear. Fear says something. The mind responds. Fear raises another concern. The mind tries to answer it. Fear creates another possibility. The mind begins solving that one too. And before long, hours have passed inside a debate that never reaches a conclusion. This is one of the most exhausting habits anxiety creates. The habit of negotiating with fear. Many people believe that if they can just answer every fearful thought, they will finally feel peaceful. They assume anxiety is asking reasonable questions that simply need better answers. But fear rarely wants answers. Fear wants attention. The moment one concern is resolved, another appears. You reassure yourself that things will probably work out. Fear responds, but what if they don't? You remind yourself that you have handled difficult situations before. Fear responds, but what if this time is different? You tell yourself that you are safe. Fear responds, are you completely sure? The conversation never ends because fear is not searching for truth. It is searching for certainty. And certainty is something life can never fully provide. This is why anxious people often feel mentally exhausted. They spend enormous amounts of energy trying to win arguments that cannot be won. The mind becomes like a lawyer working 24 hours a day, constantly presenting evidence, defending itself, explaining itself, and trying to prove something to an opponent that keeps changing the rules. The nervous system pays the price for this endless debate. The body remains alert. The muscles stay tense. The mind stays active. Rest becomes difficult. Peace feels distant. Not because danger is present, because the conversation never stops. The Stoics understood something powerful about fear. They knew that not every thought deserves engagement. Not every concern deserves analysis. Not every mental alarm deserves a response. Marcus Aurelius often reminded himself to observe thoughts rather than immediately believing them. He understood that the mind constantly produces impressions, possibilities, assumptions, and worries. The mistake is assuming every one of them requires participation. Imagine sitting beside a river. Leaves float past on the surface of the water. Some are large, some are small. Some move quickly, some move slowly. You notice them, but you do not jump into the river to chase every leaf. you allow them to pass. Fearful thoughts can be treated the same way. The anxious mind sees a fearful thought and immediately grabs it, examines it, questions it, challenges it, argues with it, expands it. The Stoic mind notices the thought and allows it to continue moving. This is not avoidance. It is wisdom. There is a profound difference between noticing a thought and entering a negotiation with it. One creates awareness, the other creates anxiety. Many fears gain strength because they are constantly entertained. Every time the mind stops to debate them, they receive more attention. Every time they receive more attention, they appear more important. Every time they appear more important, the nervous system becomes more alert. The cycle feeds itself. Fear says, "Pay attention to me." The mind obeys. Fear grows stronger. One of the most liberating realizations a person can have is understanding that fear does not always require a response. Sometimes the healthiest answer is silence, not because the fear has been defeated, not because the question has been answered, because the conversation itself is no longer useful. Think about how often fear asks questions that cannot truly be solved. What if something goes wrong? What if I fail? What if people judge me? What if I lose something important? What if I cannot handle it? The anxious mind desperately tries to answer these questions, yet fear is rarely satisfied, because the problem was never the answer. The problem was the need for certainty. The Stoics chose a different path. Instead of trying to eliminate uncertainty, they learned to live alongside it. Instead of arguing with fear, they focused on reality. Instead of chasing reassurance, they strengthened character. This shifted their attention away from endless mental conversations and toward actual living. Because life is happening while fear is talking, the sunset appears while fear is talking. The peaceful evening arrives while fear is talking. The people you love are standing right in front of you while fear is talking, and if you spend all your time negotiating, you miss what is actually here. Tonight, notice the conversations fear wants to start. Notice the questions it wants you to chase. Notice the debates it wants you to enter. Then gently practice something different. Let the question exist without answering it. Let the uncertainty exist without solving it. Let the thought appear without following it. Not every visitor needs to be invited inside. Not every knock on the door deserves a response. Not every fear deserves a seat at the table, because peace often begins the moment you stop trying to convince fear to leave, the moment you stop arguing, the moment you stop defending, the moment you stop negotiating. Fear may still speak, but you no longer have to participate. And as that realization settles into the nervous system, a deep kind of freedom begins to emerge. The freedom of silence, the freedom of presence, the freedom of allowing fear to be just another passing voice instead of the one that directs your life. And perhaps that is where true rest begins, not when fear disappears, but when you finally stop giving it the final word. As you begin stepping away from the endless conversations fear creates, you may notice something else. Not every worry announces itself loudly. Not every concern demands attention. Some worries become so familiar that they disappear from conscious awareness altogether. Yet even when the mind stops talking about them, the body continues carrying them. This is one of the strangest things about anxiety. A person may not be actively worrying. They may not be thinking about their fears all day. They may even believe they have moved past certain concerns, yet their shoulders remain tight. Their jaw remains tense. Their sleep remains restless. Their breathing remains shallow. Their energy remains low. The body often carries burdens that the conscious mind no longer notices. Many people think worries only affect them when they are actively thinking about them. The reality is often very different. Some concerns settle quietly beneath the surface and become part of daily life. They stop feeling like worries and start feeling normal. The worry about finances, the worry about health, the worry about aging, the worry about family, the worry about being alone, the worry about the future, the worry about things left unfinished. Over time, these concerns can become background noise. You stop hearing them consciously, but the nervous system continues hearing them, and the body responds accordingly. Think about carrying a heavy bag every day. At first, the weight feels obvious. You notice every pound, every step feels harder, but after carrying it long enough, you become accustomed to it. You stop noticing the weight, not because it disappeared, because you adapted to it. Many unspoken worries work exactly the same way. The burden becomes familiar. The tension becomes familiar. The exhaustion becomes familiar. And eventually, people assume this is simply how life feels. The Stoics understood that hidden burdens often create more suffering than obvious ones. An obvious problem can be addressed. An acknowledged fear can be examined. But worries that remain hidden often continue influencing thoughts, emotions, and behaviors without being questioned. The body becomes the messenger. It communicates what the mind refuses to fully acknowledge. A person may insist everything is fine, yet their body remains exhausted. A person may say they are not worried, yet their stomach remains tight. A person may claim they are handling everything, yet their sleep tells a different story. The body is remarkably honest. It reflects what is happening beneath the surface. This is why chronic tension is often more than a physical issue. Sometimes it is emotional weight expressing itself physically. The nervous system was never designed to carry endless concerns indefinitely. Every worry requires energy. Every unresolved concern requires attention. Every hidden burden consumes resources. The body pays those costs, even when awareness does not. This helps explain why some people feel tired despite getting enough sleep. Their body is working overtime, not because they are physically active, because the nervous system remains occupied, always carrying, always holding, always preparing, always managing invisible concerns. The result is a kind of fatigue that rest alone cannot fully resolve. The Stoics encouraged people to bring hidden concerns into the light, not because every problem could be solved immediately, but because clarity reduces unnecessary suffering. When worries remain unspoken, they often grow larger. They become vague. They become mysterious. They become difficult to understand. The mind fears what it cannot clearly see. But when concerns are acknowledged honestly, something changes. The burden becomes more defined. The nervous system no longer has to work so hard to keep it hidden. Awareness creates space, and space creates relief. Many people spend years carrying concerns they have never fully admitted to themselves. Perhaps they are worried about growing older. Perhaps they are worried about disappointing someone. Perhaps they are worried about not having enough time. Perhaps they are worried about losing something they love. Perhaps they are worried about uncertainties they cannot control. These concerns often remain beneath the surface because they feel uncomfortable, but avoiding them does not remove them. It simply transfers the burden to the body. The shoulders carry it, the neck carries it, the chest carries it, the nervous system carries it, and eventually the body begins asking for relief. Not through words, through fatigue, through tension, through restlessness, through discomfort. Tonight, as you continue settling into stillness, consider what worries may still be quietly living beneath the surface. Not to judge yourself, not to solve everything tonight, simply to notice, simply to acknowledge, simply to allow honesty where there has been avoidance. Because sometimes the first step toward release is recognition. The first step toward healing is awareness. The first step toward peace is admitting what has been carried for too long. You do not have to carry every concern alone. You do not have to hide every fear from yourself. You do not have to spend your life pretending the burden is not there. The body already knows. The nervous system already knows. And perhaps tonight, for the first time in a long while, you can allow yourself to know too, not with fear, not with resistance, but with compassion. Because many of the worries you carry were born from caring deeply. They came from love. They came from responsibility. They came from wanting life to go well. There is nothing wrong with that. But there comes a moment when even the most caring heart must put some of the weight down. And as you breathe a little slower, and as your body settles a little deeper into rest, imagine those hidden concerns becoming lighter, not disappearing completely, just becoming lighter, no longer trapped inside the muscles, no longer buried inside the nervous system, no longer carried alone. And in that gentle release, the body begins remembering something it has needed for a very long time: how to rest without carrying the entire world on its shoulders. As hidden worries begin losing some of their weight, another source of anxiety quietly steps forward. It is a habit that many people mistake for self-awareness. They believe it is helping them stay responsible, stay prepared, or stay in control. Yet over time, it becomes one of the most exhausting things the mind can do. It is the habit of constantly watching yourself, constantly evaluating yourself, constantly checking yourself, constantly asking whether you are doing enough, saying the right thing, making the right choice, feeling the right emotion, or becoming the right person. At first, this may seem harmless. After all, self-reflection can be healthy. The Stoics themselves encouraged self-examination. But there is a difference between occasionally observing yourself and constantly monitoring yourself. One creates wisdom. The other creates tension. Many anxious people live as if they are under permanent surveillance. Every decision is examined. Every conversation is reviewed. Every mistake is analyzed. Every emotion is questioned. Every action is measured against some invisible standard. The mind never truly relaxes because it is always watching, always evaluating, always judging, always checking. The result is a nervous system that never feels free. Imagine living your entire life with someone standing behind you, commenting on everything you do. You speak, they analyze it, you make a decision. They question it. You make a mistake. They criticize it. You feel an emotion. They evaluate it. Eventually, you would become exhausted. Yet this is exactly how many people treat themselves every day. They become their own observer, critic, judge, and supervisor all at once. And the body feels the pressure. The nervous system was never designed to operate under constant internal inspection. It was designed to engage with life, to participate in experience, to move through the world. But constant self-monitoring pulls attention away from life and redirects it inward. Instead of experiencing a conversation, the person evaluates how they are performing in the conversation. Instead of enjoying a moment, they analyze how they are feeling about the moment. Instead of being present, they become trapped in observation. This creates a subtle but powerful form of anxiety. Because whenever the mind starts monitoring itself excessively, it creates a feeling that something must be wrong. After all, if you are constantly checking yourself, the nervous system assumes there must be something important to watch for, something dangerous, something that needs correction, something that might go wrong. The body responds by remaining alert, not to external threats, to internal ones. Many people spend years living this way. They monitor their thoughts. They monitor their emotions. They monitor their performance. They monitor other people's reactions. They monitor whether they are succeeding. They monitor whether they are failing. Eventually, life begins to feel less like living and more like managing. The Stoics understood that wisdom requires awareness, but they also understood that excessive self-focus creates suffering. Marcus Aurelius regularly examined his thoughts and actions, yet he did not spend every waking moment obsessing over himself. He understood that life is not improved by endless self-analysis. There comes a point where observation must give way to participation, because the purpose of life is not to constantly inspect yourself. The purpose of life is to live. Many anxious people secretly believe that enough self-monitoring will protect them from mistakes. If they analyze enough, they will avoid failure. If they watch themselves closely enough, they will avoid embarrassment. If they examine every decision carefully enough, they will avoid regret. But this strategy rarely works. Mistakes still happen. Misunderstandings still occur. Life remains unpredictable. The only difference is that the person becomes exhausted before the challenge even arrives. This is why perfectionists often struggle with anxiety. Their attention is constantly turned inward. Every action is measured, every result is evaluated, every flaw is magnified. The nervous system never receives permission to relax because there is always another area requiring inspection, another standard to meet, another expectation to satisfy, another weakness to fix. Eventually, the mind becomes trapped in a cycle of endless self-correction. The person stops living naturally. They begin performing for themselves. The body feels this pressure, the muscles tighten, the breathing shortens. The nervous system remains activated, not because life is attacking them, because they are constantly watching themselves. One of the greatest gifts you can offer yourself is permission to stop supervising every part of your experience, to allow yourself to speak without immediately reviewing every word, to allow yourself to feel without analyzing every emotion, to allow yourself to make mistakes without turning them into investigations, to allow yourself to exist without constant evaluation. This does not mean becoming careless. It means becoming human. The Stoics understood that growth does not come from relentless self-judgment. Growth comes from awareness, followed by acceptance. You notice, you learn, you adjust, then you move forward. You do not remain trapped in endless observation. Tonight, notice how often your attention turns toward yourself, how often you monitor your thoughts, how often you evaluate your feelings, how often you judge your performance, how often you ask whether you are doing life correctly. Then gently step back. Allow yourself to simply be, not improve, not analyze, not evaluate. Just be. Because peace is rarely found through constant self-inspection. Peace is often found when the mind finally stops watching itself long enough to experience the life unfolding right in front of it. And perhaps the nervous system has been waiting for that permission all along. Permission to stop performing, permission to stop proving, permission to stop monitoring, permission to simply exist for this moment, for this breath, for this night, without needing to be observed, corrected, or improved, just allowed to rest. As you begin stepping away from the exhausting habit of constantly monitoring yourself, another doorway opens. It is a doorway that many people spend their entire lives avoiding because it feels uncomfortable at first. Yet on the other side of it lies a kind of peace that anxiety can never provide. It is the forgotten skill of psychological surrender, not surrendering your values, not surrendering your responsibilities, not surrendering your effort, but surrendering the endless resistance that keeps you fighting life itself. For many people, resistance has become so normal that they no longer notice it. They resist uncertainty. They resist change. They resist disappointment. They resist difficult emotions. They resist the reality of aging. They resist the limitations of being human. They resist the fact that some things cannot be controlled. This resistance often feels like strength. It feels like determination. It feels like persistence. But beneath the surface, it is frequently a source of enormous suffering. Because every time reality moves in one direction and the mind demands another, tension is created. Life says, "This is what is happening." The mind says, "This should not be happening." Life says, "Things have changed." The mind says, "I want them to stay the same." Life says, "This chapter is over." The mind says, "I am not ready." And so the struggle begins, not a struggle against reality itself. A struggle against accepting reality. The Stoics understood that much of human suffering comes from this invisible conflict. They recognized that people often spend more energy resisting life than actually living it. Think about how exhausting resistance can be. A difficult event occurs. The event may last a few minutes, a few days, a few months, but resistance can continue for years. The body keeps carrying it. The mind keeps replaying it. The nervous system keeps fighting it long after reality has moved on. One of the greatest misunderstandings about surrender is the belief that it means weakness. Many people hear the word surrender and immediately think of defeat. They imagine giving up, accepting less, lowering their standards, allowing life to push them around. The Stoics meant something entirely different. Psychological surrender is not giving up on life. It is giving up the fight against what already exists. There is a profound difference. When rain begins falling, you can stand outside arguing with the weather, or you can acknowledge the rain and decide what to do next. The argument changes nothing. The acceptance creates freedom. The same principle applies internally. A loss occurs. You acknowledge it. A disappointment arrives. You acknowledge it. A change happens. You acknowledge it. Not because you enjoy it, because reality does not require your approval before it exists. Marcus Aurelius often reminded himself to cooperate with life rather than battle against it. He understood that reality is powerful enough without adding resistance to it. Many people experience pain. Then they add resistance. The pain becomes suffering. The event becomes a burden. The challenge becomes a prison, not because of reality alone, because of the struggle against reality. Psychological surrender breaks this cycle. It says, "This is here. This is happening. I may not like it. I may not have chosen it. But I will stop fighting its existence." And the moment that fight ends, something remarkable happens inside the body. The nervous system softens, the muscles relax, the mind becomes less crowded. Energy that was once spent resisting becomes available again. Many anxious people live as though they must personally supervise every aspect of life. They believe that constant vigilance is necessary, that constant effort is required, that if they stop pushing, everything will fall apart. But life has always been unfolding on its own. The sun rises without your supervision. The seasons change without your permission. The world continues turning while you sleep. There is a deep humility in recognizing this. And there is also deep relief. Because you were never meant to carry the responsibility of controlling everything. You were only meant to meet life as it arrives. The anxious mind fears surrender because it mistakes surrender for vulnerability. It says, "If I stop resisting, something bad will happen." Yet often the opposite is true. The resistance itself is what creates so much suffering. The resistance is what keeps the nervous system activated. The resistance is what keeps old wounds alive. The resistance is what prevents rest. Tonight, consider how much of your energy has been spent fighting realities that already exist. Fighting the past, fighting uncertainty, fighting change, fighting emotions, fighting circumstances beyond your control. Notice how heavy that battle has become. Notice how long you have been carrying it. Then imagine, just for a moment, what it would feel like to put the sword down. Not because the situation is perfect, not because every problem is solved, but because you no longer wish to spend your life fighting what already is. There is tremendous strength in that choice. The strength to stop arguing with reality. The strength to stop demanding certainty. The strength to stop resisting every uncomfortable truth. Because true peace is rarely found through control. It is often found through cooperation. Cooperation with the present moment. Cooperation with reality. Cooperation with life itself. And perhaps tonight, as your body grows heavier and your mind grows quieter, you can begin remembering a truth that has been waiting beneath all the struggle. Life was never asking you to fight every wave. Sometimes it was simply asking you to float, to trust, to soften, to allow. And in that surrender, the nervous system discovers something it has been searching for all along. Not victory, not certainty, not control. Rest. As you begin practicing psychological surrender, another source of anxiety starts to reveal itself. It is a habit that often looks admirable from the outside. It appears responsible, it appears caring, it appears productive, yet beneath the surface, it can quietly drain the nervous system for years, the habit of trying to fix everything. Many people carry an invisible belief that says, if something feels wrong, I must solve it immediately. If a relationship feels strained, fix it. If someone is unhappy, fix it. If a problem appears, fix it. If an emotion hurts, fix it. If uncertainty exists, fix it. If life becomes uncomfortable, fix it. Over time, the mind develops a constant sense of responsibility for everything it encounters. The result is a nervous system that never stops working. There is always another problem to solve, another situation to improve, another person to help, another worry to address, another challenge demanding attention. The mind becomes a full-time repair shop, and eventually exhaustion becomes inevitable. The Stoics understood something that anxious people often struggle to accept. Not everything is yours to fix. Some situations require action, others require acceptance. Wisdom is knowing the difference. Many people spend years applying effort where acceptance would have brought peace much sooner. They try to fix other people's choices. They try to fix the past. They try to fix circumstances they cannot control. They try to fix emotions that simply need to be felt. They try to fix uncertainty itself. The problem is that effort works wonderfully when a problem can be solved. But effort becomes suffering when directed towards something that cannot be changed. Imagine pushing against a mountain. You can push harder. You can push longer. You can push with greater determination. The mountain remains exactly where it is. Eventually, the problem is no longer the mountain. The problem is the endless pushing. This is what happens psychologically. The anxious mind often believes that enough effort can remove all discomfort from life. But discomfort is part of life. Loss is part of life. Change is part of life. Uncertainty is part of life. No amount of effort can permanently remove these realities. Yet many people spend decades trying. The body pays for that struggle. The nervous system remains activated. The muscles remain tense. The mind remains busy. Not because solutions are being found, because resistance continues. One of the most difficult lessons to learn is that acceptance often accomplishes what effort cannot. This does not mean becoming passive. It does not mean abandoning responsibility. It simply means recognizing when a problem belongs to reality rather than to you. A person may spend years trying to fix a painful memory, trying to erase it, trying to undo it, trying to make it disappear. Yet healing often begins when they finally stop trying to change what happened and start accepting that it happened. A person may spend years trying to control how others see them, trying to earn approval, trying to avoid criticism, trying to manage everyone's opinion. Yet peace often arrives when they accept that other people's judgments were never theirs to control. A person may spend years trying to eliminate uncertainty, trying to predict every outcome, trying to secure every possibility, trying to guarantee every result. Yet calmness often appears when they finally accept that uncertainty is part of being alive. The Stoics repeatedly returned to this truth. Suffering grows when we demand that life become different before allowing ourselves to be at peace. Marcus Aurelius understood that reality does not need our permission to exist. The challenge is not changing reality. The challenge is changing our relationship with reality. This shift creates enormous relief, because the moment you stop trying to fix everything, you recover energy. Energy that was trapped in impossible struggles. Energy that was consumed by resistance. Energy that was lost in battles that could never be won. Many anxious people are not exhausted because life is difficult. They are exhausted because they are trying to carry responsibilities that do not belong to them. They are trying to repair things they cannot repair, control things they cannot control, solve things that cannot be solved. And all the while, the nervous system remains under constant pressure. The body interprets this endless effort as evidence that danger is present. After all, if the mind is working this hard, something must be wrong. The cycle continues. More effort, more tension, more exhaustion, more anxiety. Acceptance interrupts the cycle. Acceptance says, "This exists." Acceptance says, "I do not have to like it to acknowledge it." Acceptance says, "I can stop fighting reality and start working with reality." There is tremendous freedom in that. Tonight, consider how many burdens you have been carrying that were never truly yours. How many situations you have tried to fix. How many outcomes you have tried to control. How many realities you have spent years resisting. Then ask yourself a simple question. What if some of these things do not need more effort? What if they need less? What if peace is not waiting on the other side of endless fixing? What if peace is waiting on the other side of acceptance? Because some wounds heal through action, but others heal through surrender. Some problems improve through effort, but others improve through understanding. And some forms of anxiety disappear, not because life changes, but because the struggle against life finally ends. As your body settles deeper into rest tonight, allow yourself to put down at least one burden. One problem you have been carrying too long. One situation you have been trying to force. One reality you have been fighting. Not forever. Just for tonight. Let it be what it is. Let life unfold without your constant intervention. Let the nervous system experience the relief of no longer being responsible for fixing everything. And in that quiet release, something beautiful begins to emerge. A peace that effort could never create. A peace that arrives the moment acceptance finally takes its place. As you begin releasing the burden of trying to fix everything, another source of anxiety slowly comes into focus. It is a burden that many people carry for so long, they mistake it for kindness. They mistake it for generosity. They mistake it for being a good person. But beneath the surface, it is often driven by something much deeper. The need for approval, the need to be liked, the need to avoid disappointing others. the need to keep everyone happy. This is where people-pleasing begins, not as a personality trait, as a survival strategy. Many people learn early in life that approval feels safe. When others are happy with them, they feel accepted. When others approve of them, they feel valued. When conflict is absent, they feel secure. The nervous system quietly takes note of this lesson. Over time, it begins associating approval with safety and disapproval with danger. This is where the hidden stress begins, because the moment your sense of safety depends on other people's approval, peace becomes fragile. Now, your mood depends on their reaction. Your confidence depends on their opinion. Your comfort depends on their satisfaction. And suddenly your nervous system is carrying a responsibility it was never meant to carry. The responsibility of managing how everyone feels about you. This is exhausting. Most people-pleasers do not realize how much energy this consumes. Before speaking, they wonder how others will react. Before making decisions, they worry who might be upset. Before expressing needs, they consider whether those needs will inconvenience someone. Before setting boundaries, they fear being judged. The mind constantly scans for signs of disapproval. The nervous system remains alert. The body stays tense, because approval has become linked to safety. This is one of the hidden reasons people-pleasers often struggle with anxiety. They are not only living their own lives, they are trying to manage everyone else's emotional experience at the same time, and that is an impossible job. No matter how kind you are, no matter how thoughtful you are, no matter how hard you try, you cannot control how everyone feels about you. Yet many people spend years trying. The Stoics understood this struggle deeply. Epictetus repeatedly reminded people that the opinions of others belong to them, not to you. This sounds simple, but it becomes revolutionary when truly understood, because most anxiety around approval comes from treating other people's opinions as personal responsibilities. Someone misunderstands you. You feel responsible. Someone criticizes you. You feel responsible. Someone becomes disappointed. You feel responsible. Someone chooses not to like you. You feel responsible. The nervous system remains under constant pressure because it believes every negative reaction must somehow be managed. The truth is far more freeing. Not every disappointment is your fault. Not every criticism requires correction. Not every misunderstanding requires defense. Not every person will approve of you. And that is okay. Marcus Aurelius understood that trying to please everyone is a battle that cannot be won. Human beings have different expectations, different preferences, different beliefs, and different desires. Even if you spend your entire life seeking approval, there will always be people who disagree with you. The anxious mind finds this uncomfortable. The wise mind finds it liberating. Because the moment you stop needing universal approval, a tremendous amount of tension leaves the body. You no longer have to perform constantly. You no longer have to edit every thought. You no longer have to shape yourself into whatever version others prefer. You no longer have to earn your right to exist peacefully. Many people-pleasers carry a hidden fear. The fear that if they disappoint others, they will lose love. The fear that if they say no, they will be rejected. The fear that if they express themselves honestly, they will no longer belong. This fear often develops long before adulthood. Sometimes it begins in childhood. Sometimes it develops through difficult relationships. Sometimes it emerges from experiences where acceptance felt conditional. The nervous system learns a powerful lesson. Keep people happy and you will be safe. The problem is that this lesson never allows true rest, because keeping everyone happy is impossible. There is always another expectation, another request, another opinion, another standard. The body remains trapped in a cycle of vigilance, watching, adjusting, monitoring, pleasing. The stress becomes chronic because the work never ends. This is why setting boundaries often feels uncomfortable at first. The nervous system interprets boundaries as risk. It interprets disagreement as danger. It interprets saying no as a threat. Yet boundaries are often where healing begins, not because they make everyone happy, because they stop requiring you to sacrifice yourself for approval. The Stoics taught that virtue matters more than popularity, character matters more than approval, living honestly matters more than being universally liked. This perspective changes everything, because when your self-worth comes from your values instead of other people's reactions, the nervous system finally begins to relax. You can be kind without becoming responsible for everyone. You can care without carrying everyone. You can help without abandoning yourself. You can love without constantly seeking validation. Tonight, consider how much energy has been spent trying to earn approval. How many times you have ignored your own needs? How many times you have stayed silent? How many times you have carried unnecessary guilt? How many times you have sacrificed your peace to avoid disappointing someone? Then gently ask yourself a different question. What would it feel like to let people have their opinions, to let people have their reactions, to let people have their expectations, without making them your responsibility? Because your nervous system was never designed to carry the emotional lives of everyone around you. It was designed to carry your own. And perhaps one of the most healing realizations you can have is this. You do not need everyone's approval to be safe. You do not need everyone's agreement to be worthy. You do not need everyone's validation to be enough. The moment you stop chasing approval, the body begins releasing a burden it was never meant to carry, a burden that has quietly fueled anxiety for years. And in that release, something beautiful begins to appear. Not approval, not praise, not validation, freedom. As you begin freeing yourself from the need for constant approval, you may encounter a frustrating experience. You understand something logically. You know it intellectually. You can even explain it clearly to someone else. Yet your body continues reacting as if it never received the message. You tell yourself, everything is okay. Your chest remains tight. You tell yourself, there is nothing to fear. Your stomach still feels uneasy. You tell yourself, I can handle this. Your heart continues racing. You tell yourself, I am safe. Yet your nervous system refuses to fully relax. This can be one of the most confusing parts of anxiety, because the mind understands, but the body does not seem convinced. Many people become frustrated with themselves at this point. They think, I know better. Why am I still reacting this way? They assume that understanding something should automatically change how they feel. But the body and the intellect do not always move at the same speed. The mind learns through information. The body learns through experience. This difference explains why anxiety can persist even after you understand it. A person may know they are no longer in danger, yet the nervous system still behaves as if danger is possible. A person may understand that a situation is harmless, yet their body reacts with tension. A person may know they are loved, yet they still fear abandonment. The intellectual lesson has been learned. The physical lesson has not. The nervous system is slower. It is older. It is more concerned with survival than logic. The body does not ask, what do you believe? The body asks, what have you repeatedly experienced? This is why someone can spend years hearing reassuring words and still struggle to feel safe. Safety is not learned through information alone. Safety is learned through repeated experience. Imagine a dog that has been mistreated for years. You can tell the dog 100 times that it is safe now. You can explain that the danger is gone. You can provide every logical reason in the world. The dog will not learn safety from your explanation. It will learn safety from experience, day after day, moment after moment. The nervous system works much the same way. Many anxious people are trying to convince themselves intellectually while their body is still waiting for evidence. The Stoics understood that true transformation happens through practice, not merely through knowledge. Marcus Aurelius did not write his reflections because he lacked wisdom. He wrote them because wisdom must be practiced repeatedly before it becomes embodied. Knowing something is not the same as becoming it. You may know that uncertainty is normal, yet your body may still fear it. You may know that other people's opinions do not define your worth, yet your body may still react to criticism. You may know that the future cannot be controlled, yet your body may still try to prepare for every possibility. The gap between understanding and embodiment is where much anxiety lives. Many people assume something is wrong because they still feel fear after learning better ways to think, but often nothing is wrong. The nervous system is simply catching up. Think about how long certain fears have been practiced. Years, sometimes decades. The body has spent thousands of days responding in a particular way. It cannot always change overnight, simply because the mind has reached a new conclusion. The nervous system learns through repetition. It learns through consistency. It learns through lived experience. This is why healing often feels slower than understanding. The mind can change in an instant. The body usually changes gradually. Every time you stay present during discomfort, the body learns. Every time you survive uncertainty without disaster, the body learns. Every time you experience safety where you once expected danger, the body learns. Every time you stop obeying anxiety automatically, the body learns. Slowly, a new pattern begins forming, not because you forced it, because you practiced it. This is one of the reasons self-compassion is so important. Many people become angry with their nervous system. They criticize themselves for still feeling anxious. They judge themselves for not healing faster. But criticism rarely creates safety. The nervous system responds better to patience than punishment. It responds better to understanding than frustration. It responds better to consistency than force. The Stoics taught acceptance, not because they expected instant perfection, but because they understood the value of working with reality instead of fighting it. And the reality is that your body may need time to trust, time to update old lessons, time to recognize that the danger belongs to the past, time to experience safety often enough that it becomes believable. Tonight, if you notice fear lingering inside you despite everything you understand intellectually, let that be okay. You do not need to argue with it. You do not need to force it away. You do not need to prove anything. Simply recognize that understanding and healing are not always the same process. Your mind may already know the truth. Your body may simply be learning it more slowly, and that does not mean you are failing. It means you are human. The nervous system is not a machine that updates instantly. It is a living part of you that learns through experience, repetition, and trust. So tonight, instead of demanding immediate calmness, offer yourself patience. Offer yourself kindness. Offer yourself the space to learn safety one moment at a time, because eventually, through enough moments of peace, enough moments of presence, enough moments of gentle practice, the body begins to believe what the mind has known all along, that you are safe now, that you are capable now, that you no longer need to live as if every moment is a threat. And when that lesson finally settles into the nervous system, it does not arrive as a thought. It arrives as a feeling of softness, a feeling of steadiness, a feeling of finally being able to exhale. Not because life became certain, but because your body finally learned that safety was possible even without certainty. As you begin understanding that the body learns safety through experience rather than logic alone, another hidden source of anxiety starts to reveal itself. It is so common that many people mistake it for discipline. They mistake it for ambition. They mistake it for responsibility. But often, it is simply a life being lived against its own natural rhythm. One of the quietest forms of suffering comes from constantly forcing yourself to be someone you are not. Forcing yourself to move faster than your mind can process. Forcing yourself to keep giving when you are already depleted. Forcing yourself to stay busy when your body is asking for rest. Forcing yourself to live according to expectations that do not fit who you truly are. The result is a constant state of internal conflict. And wherever there is conflict, anxiety is never far away. Every living thing has a rhythm. The ocean has a rhythm. The seasons have a rhythm. The rising and setting of the sun has a rhythm. Even your heartbeat follows a rhythm. Nature does not rush. Nature does not force. Nature unfolds. Yet many people spend years fighting their own rhythm. They wake up exhausted and demand more from themselves. They feel overwhelmed and insist on carrying more. They need rest and choose productivity. They need quiet and choose stimulation. They need healing and choose distraction. Little by little, they move further away from themselves. The body notices, the nervous system notices, and eventually anxiety begins appearing as a signal. Not always because something is wrong, sometimes because something is out of alignment. Many people think anxiety always comes from fear. Sometimes anxiety comes from living in a way that constantly violates your own needs. The body is remarkably patient. It will tolerate neglect for a while. It will tolerate overwork for a while. It will tolerate emotional suppression for a while. It will tolerate endless pressure for a while. But eventually, it begins sending messages. Fatigue, restlessness, irritability, tension, difficulty sleeping, difficulty relaxing. The nervous system starts communicating that something is out of balance. The problem is that many people respond by pushing harder. The body asks for rest. They demand more effort. The body asks for stillness. They create more noise. The body asks for recovery. They increase the pressure. The conflict grows, and so does the anxiety. The Stoics understood that wisdom requires living according to nature. This did not simply mean living according to external nature. It also meant understanding your own nature, your limits, your strengths, your needs, your reality. Marcus Aurelius frequently reminded himself not to demand from himself what reality could not provide. He understood that human beings are not machines. They are living creatures. They require recovery. They require reflection. They require balance. Yet modern life often encourages the opposite. Many people measure their worth by productivity. They believe rest must be earned. They believe slowing down is weakness. They believe their value comes from constant output. The nervous system experiences this as endless pressure. No matter how much is accomplished, it never feels like enough. No matter how hard they work, another expectation appears. No matter how much they give, more is demanded. The body remains trapped in a cycle of striving. Not because striving is always bad, because striving never ends. There is another way this conflict appears. Sometimes people force themselves into lives that do not match who they are. They say yes when every part of them wants to say no. They pursue goals they do not truly want. They maintain relationships that drain them. They ignore their values in order to meet expectations. Outwardly, everything may appear successful. Internally, the nervous system feels the conflict. Part of them is moving in one direction. Part of them is being pulled in another. The result is chronic tension. Because the body cannot relax while living a life that constantly feels misaligned. This is why some people feel relief the moment they finally become honest with themselves, not because every problem disappears, because the internal conflict begins to end. Energy that was being used to maintain a false version of life becomes available again. The nervous system no longer has to fight itself. There is tremendous peace in living in alignment with your nature. Not the nature other people expect from you. Not the version society demands. Not the version fear prefers. Your actual nature. The pace that allows you to thrive. The boundaries that protect your well-being. The values that guide your decisions. The lifestyle that supports your health. The relationships that nourish rather than deplete you. Tonight, consider whether anxiety may be trying to tell you something deeper. Not that you are failing, not that you are broken. Perhaps it is asking a simple question. Are you living in harmony with yourself? Or are you constantly forcing yourself against your own rhythm? Notice how often you push when you need rest. Notice how often you rush when you need patience. Notice how often you demand more from yourself than you would ever demand from someone you love. Then allow yourself a moment of compassion, because healing is not always about becoming stronger. Sometimes healing is about becoming gentler. Sometimes healing is about listening. Sometimes healing is about stopping the war between who you are and who you think you should be. As your body settles deeper into rest tonight, imagine releasing that struggle. Imagine no longer forcing, no longer rushing, no longer pushing against your own nature. Allow yourself to move with life instead of against it. Allow yourself to breathe without performing. Allow yourself to rest without earning it. Because peace often arrives when the fight ends, and one of the most important fights to end is the one against yourself. The moment you stop forcing what is unnatural, the nervous system begins remembering something it has always known, that life flows best when it is allowed to move in its own rhythm. And perhaps that rhythm has been waiting patiently for you to return to it all along. As you begin living more in harmony with your natural rhythm, another source of anxiety quietly reveals itself. It often hides behind achievement. It hides behind discipline. It hides behind ambition. From the outside, it can even look admirable. But beneath perfectionism, there is often something much more vulnerable: fear. Many people think perfectionism is about wanting excellence. Sometimes it is. But more often, perfectionism is about trying to avoid something painful. The fear of failure, the fear of criticism, the fear of disappointment, the fear of rejection, the fear of not being enough, the fear of losing control. Perfectionism is what happens when anxiety puts on a suit and calls itself high standards. At first, perfectionism can seem useful. It pushes people to work harder. It encourages preparation. It rewards attention to detail. It creates impressive results. But hidden beneath those benefits is a cost that many people do not notice until years later. The nervous system never gets to rest, because perfection is never reached. The finish line keeps moving. The project is completed, but it could have been better. The goal is achieved, but it should have happened sooner. The compliment is received, but attention immediately shifts to what was imperfect. The success arrives, but satisfaction never stays very long. Perfectionism creates a life where nothing feels fully finished. The mind is constantly searching for flaws, constantly correcting, constantly improving, constantly chasing a version of reality that does not exist. And the body pays for that pursuit. Many perfectionists live with a level of tension they barely notice anymore. The shoulders remain tight, the mind remains busy, the nervous system remains alert, because there is always something else that needs fixing, something else that needs improving, something else that could go wrong. The Stoics understood a truth that perfectionism struggles to accept. Human beings are imperfect by nature. Life is imperfect by nature. Every person will make mistakes. Every plan will contain uncertainty. Every relationship will include misunderstandings. Every journey will involve setbacks. Perfectionists often spend enormous energy fighting this reality. The anxious mind says, if I can just get everything right, then I can relax. But that day never arrives, because perfection was never the real goal. Safety was. The perfectionist believes flawless performance will protect them from pain. If they never make mistakes, they will avoid criticism. If they never fail, they will avoid shame. If they always perform well, they will avoid rejection. If they always meet expectations, they will remain worthy. This is why perfectionism feels so urgent. It is not driven by excellence alone. It is driven by fear, and fear always keeps the nervous system activated. Think about how exhausting it is to believe that your worth depends on your performance. Every mistake becomes a threat. Every setback becomes a personal judgment. Every imperfection becomes evidence that something is wrong. Life becomes a constant evaluation. The body never receives permission to simply exist. It must always prove itself. This creates tremendous anxiety, because no human being can meet impossible standards forever. Eventually exhaustion appears, burnout appears, frustration appears, and often self-criticism becomes louder. The perfectionist responds to exhaustion by demanding more. The body asks for rest. The mind demands better performance. The body asks for compassion. The mind offers criticism. The conflict continues. Marcus Aurelius repeatedly reminded himself that his responsibility was effort, not perfection. He focused on doing what was right, not on guaranteeing flawless outcomes. This distinction changes everything, because effort is within your control. Perfection is not. Effort allows peace. Perfection creates endless pressure. One of the hidden tragedies of perfectionism is that it steals joy from the present moment. The perfectionist rarely pauses to appreciate progress. Their attention immediately shifts to what remains unfinished. The achievement is barely experienced before the next goal appears. The success is barely acknowledged before the next improvement is demanded. Life becomes an endless ladder with no top, and the nervous system remains trapped in constant striving. The Stoics offered a different approach. Instead of demanding perfection, they focused on growth. Instead of demanding certainty, they focused on wisdom. Instead of demanding flawless performance, they focused on character. This creates a completely different relationship with life. Mistakes become teachers rather than threats. Failures become lessons rather than verdicts. Imperfections become part of being human rather than evidence of inadequacy. Tonight, consider what perfectionism may be trying to protect you from. Look beneath the standards. Look beneath the expectations. Look beneath the pressure. What fear is hiding there? Perhaps it is the fear of being judged. Perhaps it is the fear of disappointing others. Perhaps it is the fear of disappointing yourself. Perhaps it is the fear that if you are not exceptional, you will not be enough. Whatever the fear may be, notice it with kindness, because perfectionism is often the nervous system's attempt to stay safe. It is not proof that something is wrong with you. It is proof that some part of you learned to associate achievement with security, but security built on perfection is fragile. There will always be another standard, another expectation, another goal, another opportunity to feel inadequate. True peace comes from something deeper. It comes from understanding that your worth was never dependent on perfection in the first place. Your value does not rise when you succeed. Your value does not disappear when you fail. Your value does not depend on flawless performance. It exists before every achievement and after every mistake. As your body settles deeper into rest tonight, allow yourself to loosen the impossible standards you have been carrying. Allow yourself to be human. Allow yourself to be unfinished. Allow yourself to learn rather than perform. Allow yourself to rest without earning it. Because peace is not found at the end of perfection. Peace begins the moment you stop demanding perfection before allowing yourself to feel enough. As you begin loosening the grip of perfectionism, another burden quietly comes into view. It is a burden many people have carried for so long that they no longer realize it is there. The burden of performing strength, not being strong. Performing strength. There is a difference. True strength is natural. It appears when needed. It helps you face challenges. It helps you endure hardship. It helps you keep moving when life becomes difficult. Performing strength is something else entirely. It is the constant effort to appear unaffected, the constant effort to look composed, the constant effort to convince yourself and everyone else that nothing hurts, that nothing scares you, that nothing overwhelms you, that you have everything under control. And over time, this performance becomes exhausting. Many people learn very early in life that vulnerability feels dangerous. Perhaps they were criticized when they expressed emotion. Perhaps they were taught that showing sadness was weakness. Perhaps they learned that the safest way to survive was to appear strong no matter what was happening inside. So they adapted. They smiled when they were hurting. They said they were fine when they were struggling. They carried burdens alone. They became the dependable one, the strong one, the one who never needed help, the one who always kept going. At first, these habits may have served a purpose. They may have helped them survive difficult circumstances. But eventually, survival strategies become prisons. The nervous system was never designed to carry every burden alone. Human beings are not machines. They are not made of stone. They are not built to endlessly absorb stress without feeling its effects. Yet many people spend years pretending otherwise. The body pays a price for this performance. Every unexpressed emotion requires energy. Every hidden fear requires energy. Every concealed struggle requires energy. Every attempt to appear stronger than you actually feel requires energy. The nervous system remains under pressure because it is carrying not only the difficulty itself, but also the effort of hiding the difficulty. This is why some people feel exhausted even when they seem to be handling everything well. They are not only carrying life's challenges, they are carrying the performance of handling life's challenges. The Stoics are often misunderstood on this point. Many people imagine Stoicism as emotional suppression. They imagine Stoics walking through life untouched by pain, unaffected by hardship, immune to emotion. But that is not what the Stoics taught. Marcus Aurelius felt grief. Seneca felt sadness. Epictetus experienced hardship. They were human. The goal was never to stop feeling. The goal was to stop being controlled by feelings. There is a profound difference. The Stoics did not teach people to become less human. They taught people how to become fully human without being destroyed by every emotional storm. Many anxious people secretly believe that if they stop performing strength, they will fall apart. They fear that if they acknowledge how tired they are, they will become weak. If they admit they are struggling, they will lose control. If they stop holding everything together, everything will collapse. But often the opposite is true. The performance is what creates so much exhaustion. The performance is what keeps the nervous system under constant strain. The performance is what prevents genuine rest. Think about how much effort it takes to constantly maintain an image, to always appear calm, to always appear capable, to always appear confident, to always appear unaffected. The body never gets permission to relax because it is always working, always managing, always maintaining, always performing. Eventually, the nervous system begins asking a simple question. When do I get to stop? This is why some people feel unexpectedly emotional when they finally slow down. The moment the performance pauses, feelings begin to surface, not because something is wrong, because something honest is finally happening. The body is no longer spending all its energy maintaining an image. The nervous system is no longer working overtime to appear invulnerable. The truth finally has room to breathe. And truth is often where healing begins. One of the deepest forms of relief comes from realizing that you do not have to earn your humanity. You do not have to earn the right to feel tired. You do not have to earn the right to feel sad. You do not have to earn the right to feel uncertain. You do not have to earn the right to need rest. These experiences do not make you weak. They make you human. The Stoics understood that accepting your humanity is not a failure of wisdom. It is wisdom. Because the moment you stop fighting your humanity, the nervous system begins to relax. The moment you stop demanding perfection, the body softens. The moment you stop pretending to be invincible, genuine strength begins to emerge. Not the strength of performance, the strength of authenticity, the strength of honesty, the strength of self-acceptance. Tonight, consider how much energy has been spent trying to appear stronger than you feel. How many emotions have been hidden? How many struggles have been carried alone? How many times you have told yourself to keep going when what you truly needed was compassion? Then gently allow yourself to put the performance down. Not forever, just for this moment, just for this night. Allow yourself to stop proving. Allow yourself to stop pretending. Allow yourself to stop carrying an image that has become too heavy. You do not need to impress anyone here. You do not need to convince anyone that you have it all together. You do not need to perform strength. You only need to be, to breathe, to rest, to exist exactly as you are. Because beneath all the roles you play, beneath all the expectations you carry, beneath all the strength you have worked so hard to maintain, there is a human being who deserves the same kindness they offer everyone else. And perhaps the deepest relief of all is realizing that you were never meant to carry the weight of being unbreakable. You were only meant to be human, and tonight that is more than enough. As you begin letting go of the need to perform strength, another hidden pattern starts to reveal itself. It is a pattern that often develops in people who have spent years trying to protect themselves, protect others, and prevent problems before they happen. At first, it seems like awareness, then it becomes vigilance, then it becomes hypervigilance, and before long, the nervous system starts carrying responsibilities that were never meant to belong to it. Hypervigilance is the habit of constantly scanning for what could go wrong. It is the feeling that you must always pay attention, always anticipate, always be ready. It is the belief that if you stay alert enough, you can prevent pain before it arrives. The mind begins watching everything: people's moods, people's reactions, people's words, possible problems, possible dangers, possible disappointments, possible conflicts. Nothing escapes its attention. And while this may seem protective, it often becomes one of the greatest sources of anxiety. Because the more you monitor, the more responsible you begin to feel. A person's bad mood becomes your problem. A family disagreement becomes your responsibility. Someone else's disappointment becomes your burden. A future possibility becomes your concern. The nervous system slowly adopts an impossible job: managing life itself. This is how hypervigilance tricks people. It convinces them that awareness equals responsibility. It says, if you notice it, you must handle it. If you see it coming, you must stop it. If someone is struggling, you must fix it. If something could go wrong, You must prepare for it. The result is a person carrying far more than any human being was designed to carry. The body feels this burden. The shoulders tighten. The jaw clenches. The breathing becomes shallow. The mind never fully rests, because there is always something else to monitor, something else to anticipate, something else to worry about. Many people develop hypervigilance during difficult periods of life. Perhaps they grew up in unpredictable environments. Perhaps they experienced instability. Perhaps they learned that paying close attention helped them avoid pain. The nervous system adapted. It became highly observant, highly sensitive, highly alert. At the time, this adaptation may have been useful, but what protects you during one chapter of life can become a burden in another. The challenge is that hypervigilance does not know when to stop. The difficult season ends, the danger passes, life changes. Yet the nervous system continues scanning. It continues searching. It continues preparing, because it believes vigilance is what keeps you safe. The Stoics understood that there is a difference between responsibility and control. Many anxious people confuse the two. They believe they are responsible for things that lie far beyond their influence, the actions of others, the emotions of others, the opinions of others, the choices of others, the future itself. Marcus Aurelius repeatedly reminded himself that every person is responsible for their own actions, their own character, and their own judgments. Not the entire world, not every outcome, not every reaction, not every possibility. This understanding creates enormous relief, because much of anxiety comes from carrying what does not belong to us. Imagine walking through life collecting everyone's luggage, one person's worries, another person's expectations, someone else's disappointment, someone else's choices, someone else's emotions. At first, carrying one extra bag may seem manageable. Then another appears, then another, then another. Eventually, you are struggling under a weight that was never yours. Yet because you have carried it so long, it feels normal. This is what hypervigilance often creates. An invisible collection of burdens. The nervous system becomes exhausted, not because life is impossible, but because it is carrying responsibilities that do not belong to it. One of the most liberating realizations a person can have is this: awareness does not create ownership. You can notice someone's pain without becoming responsible for fixing it. You can recognize a potential problem without carrying it all day. You can care deeply without carrying the weight of the entire outcome. You can love people without managing their lives. This is not indifference, it is healthy separation. The Stoics practiced this constantly. They cared about people, they cared about justice, they cared about doing what was right. But they did not confuse caring with control. They acted where action was possible. Then they released what was not. This is where peace begins. Because the nervous system finally receives permission to stop carrying the world. Tonight, consider how much you may have been carrying that was never truly yours. Other people's emotions, other people's decisions, future possibilities, problems that have not happened, outcomes you cannot control. Notice how heavy they have become. Notice how much energy they require. Then imagine setting them down one by one. Not because you do not care, but because carrying them was never your responsibility. You can still be compassionate. You can still be thoughtful. You can still be loving, without becoming responsible for everything. Because hypervigilance often convinces us that constant alertness is necessary for safety. The truth is that constant alertness often becomes the source of suffering. The nervous system was never meant to stand guard forever. It was meant to return to rest, to trust, to breathe, to recover. And perhaps tonight, as your body settles deeper into stillness, You can begin releasing the burdens that never belonged to you in the first place. The burdens of managing everyone, protecting everyone, fixing everything, controlling every outcome, because there is a profound freedom in realizing that life was never asking you to carry the entire world. It was only asking you to carry yourself, and that is enough. As you begin putting down the burdens that were never yours to carry, another hidden source of anxiety often reveals itself. Unlike many fears, this one rarely comes from the outside world. It is created internally. It is the pressure of invisible deadlines. The deadlines nobody gave you, the timelines nobody imposed, the schedules nobody demanded, yet somehow they feel absolutely real. Many people live as if they are racing against a clock that exists only inside their minds. By this age, I should be further ahead. By now, I should have figured this out. I should be healing faster. I should be more successful. I should be happier. I should be over this already. I should know what I am doing. These silent expectations become internal deadlines, and the nervous system treats them like emergencies. The body does not always know the difference between a real threat and a psychological one. If the mind constantly sends messages that you are behind, late, failing, or running out of time, the nervous system responds accordingly. It prepares for danger. It prepares for urgency. It prepares for pressure. Over time, rushing becomes a way of life. Many people are not actually being chased by life. They are being chased by their own expectations. This creates a strange experience. Even when nothing urgent is happening, the body feels urgent. A person finally sits down to rest. The mind says, "You should be doing something." A peaceful weekend arrives. The mind says, "You are falling behind." A moment of stillness appears. The mind says, "You do not have time for this." The result is constant internal pressure. The nervous system rarely gets permission to relax because it is always trying to catch up to an invisible schedule. The Stoics understood something modern people often forget. Nature does not rush. A tree does not apologize for taking years to grow. A season does not panic because it has not arrived early. The sun does not rise ahead of schedule to prove its worth. Everything unfolds according to its nature. Human beings are part of that same reality. Yet many people spend years treating themselves like machines instead of living beings. They demand constant productivity, constant progress, constant improvement, constant achievement. The body experiences this as relentless pressure, and pressure eventually becomes anxiety. One of the hidden costs of internal deadlines is that they steal the present moment. The anxious mind is rarely allowed to enjoy where it is because it is obsessed with where it thinks it should be. A success is achieved. Instead of celebrating, the mind moves the goalpost. A challenge is overcome. Instead of resting, the mind creates another requirement. Progress is made. Instead of appreciating it, the mind focuses on what remains unfinished. Life becomes an endless race, not because reality demands it, because the mind keeps inventing new deadlines. Marcus Aurelius often reminded himself to focus on the task immediately before him. He understood that much of human suffering comes from trying to carry too much time at once. The anxious person is often carrying yesterday's regrets, today's responsibilities, and tomorrow's expectations all at the same time. No wonder the nervous system feels overwhelmed. It is carrying more than the present moment was ever meant to hold. Many internal deadlines are rooted in comparison. We compare our journey to someone else's. Their success becomes our timetable. Their achievement becomes our expectation. Their progress becomes our measurement. Without realizing it, we abandon our own rhythm and begin living according to someone else's clock. This creates deep internal conflict. Because life does not unfold identically for everyone. Growth has different timelines. Healing has different timelines. Success has different timelines. Learning has different timelines. Yet the anxious mind often refuses to accept this. It wants certainty. It wants speed. It wants guarantees. It wants immediate results. The nervous system responds by staying activated, always pushing, always striving, always hurrying, even when there is nowhere urgent to go. One of the most healing realizations a person can have is that being behind is often an illusion. Behind whom? Behind what? According to whose timeline? Much of the pressure people feel comes from standards they never consciously chose. Expectations inherited from society. Expectations inherited from family. Expectations inherited from comparison. Expectations inherited from fear. The body spends years trying to satisfy deadlines that were never truly its own. The Stoics practiced patience because they understood that reality unfolds at its own pace. They focused on doing what could be done today rather than demanding immediate outcomes from tomorrow. This creates a completely different relationship with life. Instead of rushing, you engage. Instead of forcing, you participate. Instead of chasing, you allow. Tonight, notice how often your mind tells you that you are late. Notice how often it tells you that you should be somewhere else. Notice how often it creates pressure where none actually exists. Then gently ask yourself a question. What if this moment is enough? What if you do not need to be further along right now? What if life is not asking you to sprint? What if growth is still happening even when it feels slow? Because the nervous system cannot heal while constantly being told it is behind. It cannot rest while constantly being rushed. It cannot find peace while constantly being pushed towards some imagined future. Perhaps tonight is an opportunity to step off that invisible treadmill, to stop measuring yourself against impossible timelines, to stop demanding immediate arrival, to stop treating your life like a race. Allow yourself to breathe at a human pace. Allow yourself to exist without hurrying. Allow yourself to trust that not everything important must happen immediately, because some of the most meaningful things in life require time. Wisdom requires time. Healing requires time. Trust requires time. Growth requires time. And peace often begins the moment you stop rushing yourself toward a future and finally allow yourself to be present in the life that is already here, for this moment, for this breath, for this night. That is enough. As you begin releasing the pressure of invisible deadlines, another source of anxiety becomes easier to notice. It is not always a major fear. It is not always a dramatic event. Sometimes it is simply the accumulation of too much mental noise, too many thoughts, too many worries, too many unfinished concerns, too many decisions, too many possibilities, too many things competing for attention at the same time. And while all of this may seem purely mental, the body experiences it very differently. The body experiences it as tension. Many people think physical tension comes only from physical activity. They assume tight shoulders, headaches, fatigue, jaw tension, and restlessness are caused by what they do with their bodies. But often, the body is responding to what is happening inside the mind. The mind becomes crowded. The body becomes tense. The mind becomes overwhelmed. The body becomes exhausted. The mind becomes cluttered. The nervous system becomes strained. This connection is far stronger than most people realize. Think about what happens when a room becomes filled with clutter. At first, a few items do not seem important. Then more objects accumulate. Then more. Eventually, finding what you need becomes difficult. Moving through the space becomes difficult. Simply being in the room begins to feel uncomfortable. The same thing happens psychologically. A single worry may not feel overwhelming. A single responsibility may not feel overwhelming. A single decision may not feel overwhelming. But when dozens of concerns begin competing for attention, the mind becomes crowded. The nervous system does not experience this as harmless activity. It experiences it as pressure. Many people wake up already carrying mental clutter. Before they even leave bed, they are thinking about unfinished tasks, future obligations, unresolved conversations, financial concerns, family responsibilities, personal goals, health worries, and countless other things. The day has not even begun. Yet the nervous system is already working, already carrying, already processing, already preparing. No wonder the body feels tired. No wonder relaxation feels difficult. The Stoics understood that clarity is not simply a mental luxury. It is a necessity for peace. Marcus Aurelius regularly returned his attention to what was essential. He understood that the mind easily becomes distracted by unnecessary concerns. It multiplies problems. It expands worries. It creates complexity where simplicity would be more helpful. The anxious mind tends to hold on to everything, every possibility, every concern, every responsibility, every thought. Nothing is allowed to leave. Everything is kept active. Everything remains open. Everything demands attention. The result is psychological overcrowding. Imagine trying to carry 20 bags at the same time. Each individual bag may not be heavy, but together they become exhausting. Mental clutter works the same way. The body eventually begins showing signs of the load. The shoulders tighten, the neck stiffens, the jaw clenches, the breathing becomes shallow, sleep becomes lighter, patience becomes shorter, energy becomes harder to access. The nervous system is trying to manage more than it was designed to manage at once. One reason mental clutter creates so much tension is that the brain dislikes unfinished loops. When something remains unresolved, the mind keeps returning to it. Not because it enjoys doing so, because it wants completion. This is why unfinished decisions linger. This is why unresolved worries return. This is why unanswered questions continue occupying attention. The mind keeps opening the same files again and again. Eventually, the system becomes overloaded. Many people spend years believing they need more energy. In reality, they may need less mental clutter. They may need fewer competing concerns, fewer unnecessary obligations, fewer mental rehearsals, fewer unresolved loops demanding attention. The Stoics practiced mental simplicity for this reason. Not because life was simple, because clarity creates strength. When the mind becomes less crowded, the nervous system relaxes. When attention becomes focused, tension decreases. When unnecessary worries are released, the body feels lighter. This does not mean ignoring responsibilities. It means distinguishing between what deserves attention and what merely consumes attention. There is a difference. Not every thought deserves to stay. Not every concern deserves a permanent place in your mind. Not every possibility deserves endless analysis. Many anxious people treat every thought as equally important. The nervous system pays the price. Because when everything matters, nothing feels manageable. Tonight, notice how much your mind may be carrying, not the truly essential things. Everything, the worries, the unfinished plans, the future possibilities, the old conversations, the imagined scenarios, the endless mental tabs left open. Notice how heavy they feel. Notice how much effort is required to keep holding them. Then imagine gently setting some of them down. Not forever. Just for tonight. The unanswered question can wait. The future problem can wait. The unfinished task can wait. The uncertain outcome can wait. You do not need to carry every thought into sleep. You do not need to solve every problem before resting. You do not need to organize your entire life before allowing yourself peace. The nervous system was never designed to operate without pause. It needs moments of spaciousness, moments of quiet, moments where nothing is being solved, nothing is being analyzed, nothing is being carried. As your breathing slows and your body settles deeper into stillness, allow your mind to become a little less crowded. Allow some of the mental noise to fade into the background. Allow some of the unfinished concerns to remain unfinished for now, because peace does not always come from adding more answers. Sometimes peace comes from creating more space. And in that space, the body begins releasing tension it has been carrying for far too long. The shoulders soften, the breath deepens, the nervous system settles, not because every problem disappeared, but because for this moment you stopped carrying all of them at once. And sometimes that is exactly where healing begins. As you begin clearing the mental clutter that has been weighing on your nervous system, another hidden source of anxiety comes into view. It is a fear that quietly shapes countless decisions, relationships, and behaviors throughout life. The fear of emotional vulnerability. For many people, vulnerability feels dangerous, not because it actually is. Because at some point in life, being open was connected to pain. Perhaps honesty was met with criticism. Perhaps trust was met with betrayal. Perhaps love was met with disappointment. Perhaps expressing emotions was met with rejection. The nervous system remembers these experiences, and from that point forward, it begins creating a simple rule. Stay protected, stay guarded. Do not reveal too much. Do not trust too quickly. Do not let people see what is really happening inside. At first, these defenses can feel helpful. They create distance from potential pain. They reduce immediate risk. They make a person feel safer. But over time, something unexpected happens. The walls that protect against pain also block connection. The defenses that prevent vulnerability also prevent intimacy. The armor that keeps out disappointment also keeps out love. And slowly, protection begins turning into isolation. Many anxious people are not only afraid of being hurt, they are afraid of being seen. Seen in their uncertainty, seen in their struggles, seen in their imperfections, seen in their humanity. There is a deep fear that if others truly knew them, acceptance might disappear. So they hide parts of themselves. They edit their thoughts. They conceal their emotions. They present carefully managed versions of who they are. The nervous system remains constantly alert because maintaining this image requires effort. Every conversation becomes a performance. Every interaction becomes a calculation. Every relationship contains an invisible layer of protection. The body never fully relaxes because it is always managing what can and cannot be revealed. The Stoics understood that vulnerability is an unavoidable part of being human. To love is to become vulnerable. To trust is to become vulnerable. To care is to become vulnerable. To hope is to become vulnerable. The only way to completely avoid vulnerability is to withdraw from life itself. And that withdrawal comes with its own form of suffering. Many people spend years protecting themselves from emotional pain, only to discover they have also protected themselves from emotional joy. They avoid rejection, but they also avoid connection. They avoid disappointment, but they also avoid intimacy. They avoid risk, but they also avoid growth. The fear promises safety, but often delivers loneliness. Marcus Aurelius understood that life is temporary. Every relationship, every opportunity, every meaningful experience carries uncertainty. Yet he did not respond by closing himself off from life. He responded by participating fully while accepting the risks that come with being human. This is where true courage begins, not in becoming invulnerable, but in becoming willing to be vulnerable, There is a profound difference. The anxious mind believes openness creates danger. The wise mind recognizes that openness creates freedom. Freedom from constantly pretending. Freedom from constantly hiding. Freedom from constantly carrying emotional armor. When you stop trying to protect every part of yourself, the nervous system begins experiencing something it rarely feels. Relief. Relief from maintaining appearances. Relief from constant vigilance. Relief from guarding every emotion. Relief from monitoring every interaction. Many people assume vulnerability means exposing everything to everyone. It does not. Vulnerability is not the absence of boundaries. It is the absence of unnecessary hiding. It is allowing yourself to be authentic. It is allowing yourself to be honest. It is allowing yourself to exist without constantly editing your humanity. Some of the deepest healing experiences in life occur when a person finally feels safe enough to stop pretending. Safe enough to admit they are struggling. Safe enough to admit they are afraid. Safe enough to admit they do not have all the answers. Safe enough to simply be real. The nervous system responds powerfully to these moments. Because authenticity requires far less energy than performance, truth requires far less effort than hiding. Openness requires far less tension than constant protection. Tonight, consider how much energy has been spent guarding yourself. How much effort has been spent appearing stronger, calmer, more certain, or more unaffected than you truly feel. Notice the weight of that burden. Notice how long you have carried it. Then imagine setting down just a small part of that armor. Not because everyone must understand you, not because everyone deserves access to your inner world, but because you deserve the freedom that comes from no longer hiding from yourself. You do not have to earn connection by being perfect. You do not have to earn love by being invulnerable. You do not have to earn belonging by pretending you never struggle. Your humanity is not a flaw. Your emotions are not a weakness. Your openness is not a threat. As your body settles deeper into rest tonight, allow yourself to soften. Allow yourself to release the belief that vulnerability is dangerous. Allow yourself to trust that honesty is not the enemy, because beneath the fear of being seen often lies a deeper longing. The longing to be accepted exactly as you are. And the beautiful truth is that real connection has never been built through perfection. It has always been built through authenticity. The moment you stop hiding your humanity, the nervous system begins discovering something it has been searching for all along. Not protection, not control, not performance, but freedom. The freedom that comes from finally allowing yourself to be fully human. As you begin releasing the fear of vulnerability and allowing yourself to live with greater openness, another Stoic insight naturally emerges. It is an idea so simple that the anxious mind often overlooks it, yet so powerful that it can completely transform the way you experience life. The practice of welcoming what comes, not because everything that happens is pleasant, not because every event is desirable, but because resistance creates suffering long after reality has already arrived. Most anxiety begins with an argument. Life presents one thing, the mind demands another. Reality says, this is happening. The mind says, this should not be happening. Reality changes. The mind refuses to change with it. Reality moves forward. The mind remains stuck. And in that gap between what is and what we wish were true, anxiety begins to grow. The Stoics recognized this pattern thousands of years ago. They understood that much of human suffering comes not from events themselves, but from the refusal to cooperate with events once they arrive. This does not mean loving every hardship. It does not mean enjoying every challenge. It simply means stopping the exhausting battle against reality. Think about how much energy is consumed fighting what already exists. A loss occurs. The mind fights it. A disappointment arrives. The mind fights it. A change appears. The mind fights it. An uncertainty remains unresolved. The mind fights it. The event may last a moment. The resistance can last years. The body carries the cost. The nervous system carries the cost. The mind carries the cost. All because reality was never fully welcomed. Many people spend their lives waiting for reality to become different before allowing themselves peace. They say, "Once this problem is solved, I can relax. Once life becomes predictable, I can relax. Once everything goes according to plan, I can relax." But life has never operated that way. One challenge ends, another begins. One uncertainty disappears, another emerges. One chapter closes, another opens. The Stoics understood that peace cannot depend on reality becoming perfect. Peace must be developed within reality itself. Marcus Aurelius often reminded himself that every event arriving in his life belonged there because it had already happened. Whether he approved of it or not, reality had made its decision. The question was never whether reality should exist. The question was how he would meet it. This shift changes everything. The anxious mind asks, "Why is this happening?" The Stoic mind asks, "Now that this is happening, how shall I respond?" One remains trapped in resistance. The other moves toward wisdom. One fights reality. The other cooperates with it. This cooperation is not weakness. In fact, it requires tremendous strength because the ego loves control. The ego loves certainty. The ego loves getting its own way. Welcoming what comes requires letting go of these demands. It requires trusting that peace does not depend on life obeying your preferences. Many people misunderstand acceptance because they confuse it with passivity. The Stoics never taught passivity, they taught clarity. If action is possible, take action. If improvement is possible, seek improvement. If change is possible, work toward change. But first, acknowledge reality as it is, not as you wish it were, not as you fear it might become, as it is. Only then can wise action emerge. Otherwise, all action becomes contaminated by resistance. Imagine standing in the ocean trying to stop every wave. You would become exhausted. The waves would continue. Your frustration would grow. The suffering would come not from the ocean, but from demanding that the ocean behave differently. Life often works the same way. The anxious mind spends years trying to stop waves that were never meant to be stopped. The Stoic learns to move with them. This creates a remarkable change in the nervous system. When reality is welcomed instead of resisted, tension decreases. The body no longer needs to stay in constant opposition. The mind no longer needs to keep arguing. The nervous system no longer treats every challenge as a personal attack. Instead, life becomes something to participate in rather than something to fight. Tonight, consider how much energy has been spent resisting what already exists, the circumstances you cannot change, the uncertainties you cannot resolve, the past you cannot rewrite, the future you cannot fully predict. Notice how heavy that resistance has become. Notice how much strength it requires to continue fighting reality. Then imagine something different. Imagine opening your hands. Imagine releasing the argument. Imagine saying, "This is here," not with defeat, not with resignation, with acceptance, with clarity, with courage. Because welcoming what comes does not mean approving of everything. It means trusting yourself enough to meet whatever arrives. It means understanding that reality becomes lighter when you stop carrying resistance alongside it. As your breathing slows and your body settles deeper into stillness, Allow yourself to cooperate with this moment exactly as it is. Nothing added, nothing removed, nothing demanded, just this breath, just this night, just this life unfolding one moment at a time. And perhaps in that quiet cooperation, the nervous system discovers a profound truth. Peace does not come from controlling reality. Peace comes from finally stopping the fight against it. As you begin practicing the Stoic art of welcoming what comes, another truth slowly reveals itself. Anxiety is not always strengthened by what happens to us. Often, it is strengthened by how hard we fight what we are experiencing. This is one of the great paradoxes of the human mind. The more desperately we try to escape certain feelings, the more powerful those feelings often become. The more intensely we resist discomfort, the more attention we give it. The more attention we give it, the larger it appears. And soon, what began as a small wave becomes something that feels overwhelming. Many people spend years fighting anxiety itself. They wake up feeling anxious and immediately begin resisting the feeling. I shouldn't feel this way. Why is this happening again? I need this to stop. This feeling is ruining everything. At first, this reaction seems reasonable. Nobody enjoys feeling anxious. Nobody enjoys discomfort. Nobody enjoys uncertainty. But something important happens when we begin fighting our own experience. The original discomfort becomes only half the problem. The resistance becomes the other half. Now there is anxiety, and anxiety about anxiety. There is discomfort, and discomfort about discomfort. There is fear, and fear of fear. The nervous system becomes trapped in layers of struggle. The Stoics understood that discomfort itself is often manageable. What becomes unbearable is the battle against discomfort. Imagine holding a rope in a tug-of-war match. On the other end of the rope is an uncomfortable feeling: fear, sadness, uncertainty, anxiety. Most people immediately begin pulling. The feeling pulls. They pull back harder. The struggle intensifies. The tension grows. Exhaustion follows. But what happens if you stop pulling? The feeling may still be present, but the battle ends. The energy previously spent resisting becomes available again. This is why acceptance is so powerful. Not because it removes discomfort instantly, because it removes the unnecessary struggle surrounding discomfort. Marcus Aurelius often reminded himself that pain is made worse by the judgments we attach to it. The event occurs, the feeling appears. Then the mind begins creating a story. This is terrible. This should not be happening. I cannot handle this. What if this never goes away? The story creates additional suffering. The nervous system responds to both the original discomfort and the mental resistance surrounding it. The burden doubles. Many anxious people unknowingly spend their entire lives running from internal experiences. They run from sadness. They run from fear. They run from uncertainty. They run from vulnerability. They run from discomfort. The problem is that whatever we constantly run from begins to feel dangerous. And whatever feels dangerous keeps the nervous system activated. This is why avoidance often strengthens anxiety. Every time you avoid a feeling, the nervous system receives a message. That feeling must be dangerous. The fear grows. The discomfort gains authority. The cycle continues. The Stoics practiced something radically different. They moved toward reality instead of away from it. If fear appeared, they observed it. If discomfort appeared, they acknowledged it. If uncertainty appeared, they accepted its presence. Not because they enjoyed these experiences, because they understood that reality loses much of its power when it is no longer resisted. Think about how many things in your life became easier once you stopped fighting them. A difficult truth, a painful ending, a challenging circumstance, a change you never wanted. Often the greatest relief arrived not when the situation disappeared, but when resistance finally softened. The same principle applies internally. Feelings are temporary by nature. They rise, they move, they change, they pass. But resistance often keeps them trapped. Resistance says, stay. Acceptance says, move. The anxious mind fears acceptance because it mistakes acceptance for surrender. It believes that accepting a feeling means being defeated by it. The opposite is often true. Acceptance is what allows movement. Acceptance is what creates space. Acceptance is what allows the nervous system to stop treating every uncomfortable sensation as an emergency. Tonight, notice any discomfort that may still be present within you. Perhaps it is anxiety. Perhaps it is uncertainty. Perhaps it is restlessness. Perhaps it is fear. Instead of trying to eliminate it, simply notice it. Allow it to exist. Allow it to be part of this moment. Do not argue with it. Do not chase it away. Do not turn it into a problem that must be solved immediately. Just let it be. Because sometimes the fastest way through discomfort is to stop fighting it. Sometimes the greatest source of suffering is not the feeling itself. It is the resistance surrounding it. As your body settles deeper into rest, imagine loosening your grip. Imagine putting down the rope. Imagine no longer engaging in the tug of war. The feeling may still be there for a while, but the struggle no longer is. And without the struggle, something remarkable begins to happen. The nervous system softens, the breath deepens, the muscles relax, the mind becomes quieter. Not because discomfort vanished instantly, but because you stopped feeding it with resistance. And perhaps that is one of the deepest lessons the Stoics understood. What we fight often grows stronger. What we accept often loses its need to stay. And in that acceptance, anxiety begins to lose the very fuel that has kept it alive for so long. As you begin learning that anxiety feeds on resistance, another hidden source of exhaustion comes into view. It is so common that many people mistake it for normal living. They assume everyone feels this way. They assume everyone is constantly managing how they appear to others. But the truth is that maintaining an image can become one of the most draining activities the nervous system performs. Many people spend enormous amounts of energy managing impressions, managing how they are perceived, managing how they are judged, managing how they are remembered, managing how they appear in conversations, managing how they appear in relationships, managing how they appear in success, managing how they appear in failure. Without realizing it, life becomes less about living and more about presentation. The mind becomes a public relations department working around the clock. Every interaction is reviewed, every word is evaluated, every reaction is monitored, every mistake is magnified. The nervous system remains constantly alert because it believes reputation must be protected at all times. This creates a subtle but relentless form of stress. Many people are not only carrying their lives, they are carrying the image of their lives. They are carrying who they think they should appear to be: the successful person, the strong person, the intelligent person, the confident person, the calm person, the person who always has answers, the person who never struggles, the person who never makes mistakes. Maintaining these identities requires tremendous energy. Because reality is messy, human beings are imperfect, life is unpredictable, no one consistently matches the image they try to project. The gap between who you are and who you believe you must appear to be becomes a source of constant tension. The Stoics understood this deeply. Epictetus repeatedly warned against becoming overly concerned with appearances. He recognized that many people spend their lives trying to control how they are seen rather than focusing on who they actually are. This creates endless anxiety because other people's perceptions can never be fully controlled. No matter how carefully you manage your image, someone will misunderstand you. Someone will disagree with you. Someone will judge you unfairly. Someone will form opinions that have nothing to do with reality. The anxious mind finds this unbearable. It keeps trying harder. More explanation, more performance, more image management, more effort. But the work never ends. Because image maintenance is built upon something unstable. Other people's perceptions. And other people's perceptions are constantly changing. Marcus Aurelius understood that character matters far more than reputation. Reputation lives in the minds of others. Character lives within you. One is largely outside your control. The other is entirely yours. This distinction creates enormous freedom. Because many anxious people have unknowingly handed their peace to other people's opinions. They feel good when they are praised. They feel anxious when they are criticized. They feel secure when they are admired. They feel threatened when they are misunderstood. The nervous system becomes dependent upon external reactions. Life turns into a performance. The body never gets to rest. Imagine spending every moment adjusting a mask, making sure it sits perfectly, making sure nobody sees behind it, making sure it never slips. Eventually, the effort becomes exhausting. The problem is not the mask itself. The problem is the constant maintenance. Many people experience anxiety because they are always managing impressions, not only at work, not only in public. Even when they are alone, they become observers of themselves, critics of themselves, managers of themselves. Every action becomes part of a performance. The nervous system never experiences the relief of simply existing. This is one reason authenticity feels so liberating. Authenticity eliminates maintenance. When you stop trying to create a perfect image, the body relaxes. When you stop trying to control every perception, tension decreases. When you stop managing every impression, energy returns. Because there is nothing left to maintain. Nothing left to perform, nothing left to protect. The Stoics encouraged people to focus on being good rather than appearing good, to focus on truth rather than image, to focus on character rather than reputation. This shifts attention away from endless performance and back toward reality. Tonight, consider how much energy has been spent managing impressions. How many conversations have been replayed? How many judgments have been feared? How many explanations have been prepared? How many versions of yourself have been maintained? Notice how exhausting that work has become. Then imagine setting it down. Not because reputation no longer matters at all, but because it no longer deserves ownership of your peace. You do not need to manage every opinion. You do not need to correct every misunderstanding. You do not need to convince everyone of your value. You do not need to maintain a perfect image. Your nervous system was never designed for that burden. It was designed for life, for presence, for connection, for experience. As your body settles deeper into stillness tonight, allow yourself to step away from the performance. Allow yourself to stop managing. Allow yourself to stop monitoring. Allow yourself to stop maintaining an image that requires constant effort. Because beneath all the roles, all the labels, all the expectations, and all the impressions, there is a simpler truth. You do not need to appear human. You already are. And perhaps the deepest relief of all comes when you finally stop trying to be seen as enough and simply allow yourself to know that you are enough. Not because everyone agrees, not because everyone approves, but because your worth was never dependent on image in the first place. And in that realization, the nervous system finally finds something it has been seeking for a very long time. Rest from the burden of performance. As you begin releasing the burden of maintaining an image, another layer of anxiety becomes easier to understand. Beneath many worries, beneath much of overthinking, beneath countless mental rehearsals and attempts at control, there is often one central struggle: the struggle with uncertainty. For the anxious mind, uncertainty rarely feels neutral. It feels dangerous, not because danger is actually present, because the mind does not know what is coming next. And for a mind that desperately wants safety, the unknown can feel like a threat all by itself. This is one of the most misunderstood aspects of anxiety. Many people believe they are afraid of specific outcomes, but often they are afraid of not knowing the outcome. The uncertainty itself becomes the source of distress. A person waits for medical results. The uncertainty creates anxiety. A person waits for an important conversation. The uncertainty creates anxiety. A person enters a new relationship. The uncertainty creates anxiety. A person starts a new chapter of life. The uncertainty creates anxiety. Nothing terrible may have happened. Yet the nervous system becomes activated because the future remains unknown. The anxious mind has a deep desire for certainty. It wants guarantees. It wants predictions. It wants reassurance. It wants to know exactly what will happen, when it will happen, and how everything will unfold. Life rarely provides such answers. Life unfolds moment by moment, unexpectedly, imperfectly, unpredictably. The anxious mind struggles to accept this reality, so it begins searching for clues, searching for certainty, searching for signs, searching for answers. The problem is that uncertainty cannot be solved. It can only be lived. This is where so much suffering begins. The mind treats uncertainty as a problem to eliminate rather than a condition of being alive. The Stoics understood something that many people spend years trying to learn. Uncertainty is not the exception to life. It is the nature of life. Every meaningful experience contains uncertainty. Love contains uncertainty. Friendship contains uncertainty. Health contains uncertainty. Success contains uncertainty. The future contains uncertainty. Even tomorrow morning contains uncertainty. Yet most people live as though certainty is normal and uncertainty is a mistake. This creates endless conflict because reality refuses to cooperate. Reality remains uncertain. The anxious mind responds by trying harder. More planning, more worrying, more analysis, more preparation, more attempts to predict what cannot be predicted. The nervous system becomes exhausted, not because uncertainty is harming it, because resistance to uncertainty never stops. Marcus Aurelius often reminded himself that human beings suffer more from imagination than from reality itself. Much of that suffering comes from trying to mentally conquer an unknown future. The mind asks endless questions. What if things go wrong? What if I fail? What if I lose something important? What if I make the wrong choice? What if I cannot handle it? The questions keep multiplying. The answers never feel sufficient. Because the real problem is not the question. The real problem is the demand for certainty. No answer can fully satisfy a mind that refuses uncertainty. This is why reassurance often provides only temporary relief. The anxious mind receives an answer. It feels calm for a moment. Then another question appears. Then another. Then another. The cycle continues because uncertainty remains. Many people spend years believing peace will arrive once they finally know enough, once they finally prepare enough, once they finally predict enough. But peace rarely arrives through certainty. Peace often arrives through acceptance. The acceptance that uncertainty is not a sign of danger. It is a sign of life. Think about every meaningful chapter of your life. Most began with uncertainty. You did not know exactly how things would unfold. You did not know exactly what would happen. You moved forward anyway. You learned, you adapted, you grew. The anxious mind often forgets this. It treats uncertainty as evidence that something is wrong. The Stoics treated uncertainty as evidence that life is unfolding naturally. This shift changes everything. Instead of asking, "How do I eliminate uncertainty?" you begin asking, "How do I live well alongside uncertainty?" That question creates freedom, because uncertainty no longer becomes the enemy. It becomes part of the landscape, something to walk through rather than fight against. Tonight, notice how much of your anxiety may be connected to unanswered questions. Questions about the future, questions about outcomes, questions about possibilities. Notice how desperately the mind wants certainty. Then gently remind yourself of something simple. You have lived with uncertainty your entire life. Every chapter contained unknowns. Every year contained unknowns. Every important decision contained unknowns. And somehow, life continued. Not perfectly, not without difficulty, but it continued. So perhaps uncertainty is not the threat the anxious mind believes it to be. Perhaps the real burden has been the constant fight against uncertainty. As your breathing slows and your body settles deeper into rest, allow the unknown to remain unknown for a while. Allow unanswered questions to remain unanswered. Allow tomorrow to remain tomorrow. You do not need to solve the future tonight. You do not need to predict every outcome. You do not need guarantees before allowing yourself peace. Because safety does not come from knowing everything that will happen. Safety comes from trusting that whatever happens, you will meet it when it arrives. And in that trust, the nervous system begins to relax, not because uncertainty disappears, but because the fear of uncertainty finally begins to loosen its grip. As you begin making peace with uncertainty, another hidden source of anxiety quietly reveals itself. It is a belief so deeply woven into modern life that many people never question it. The belief that rest must be earned. Most people would never say these words out loud, yet they live as if they are true. I can rest after I finish everything. I can relax once I accomplish more. I can slow down after I prove myself. I can breathe after I get ahead. The problem is that the finish line keeps moving. There is always another task, another goal, another responsibility, another expectation, another reason to delay rest. And so the nervous system remains trapped in a state of perpetual striving, waiting for permission that never arrives. Many people do not know how to rest anymore. They know how to distract themselves. They know how to collapse from exhaustion. They know how to temporarily escape. But genuine rest feels unfamiliar. The moment they slow down, discomfort appears. The moment they sit quietly, guilt arrives. The moment they stop producing, a voice inside begins speaking. You should be doing something. You are wasting time. You have not done enough. You have not earned this. The body wants rest. The mind demands productivity. And a silent conflict begins. This conflict creates enormous anxiety because the nervous system never receives a clear signal that it is safe to stop. Imagine a worker who never hears the end-of-day bell. No matter how much work is completed, the shift never officially ends. There is always more to do, always more expected, always another task waiting. Eventually, exhaustion becomes unavoidable. Many people live this way internally. Their workday never ends psychologically. Their responsibilities never feel complete. Their worth becomes tied to achievement. Their value becomes tied to output. Their peace becomes tied to productivity. The Stoics understood something profoundly important. Human beings are not valuable because of what they produce. Human beings are valuable because they are human. This sounds simple. Yet many anxious people have spent years living as if their worth depends on constant accomplishment. Marcus Aurelius ruled an empire, faced wars, political conflict, disease, and endless responsibilities. Yet throughout his writings, there is a recurring understanding that human beings are not machines. Even the strongest mind requires stillness. Even the wisest person requires recovery. Even the most disciplined person requires rest. Nature itself demonstrates this truth. The sun rises, then it sets. The seasons move through cycles. Growth is followed by dormancy. Activity is followed by recovery. Nothing in nature operates at maximum output forever. Yet many people expect exactly that from themselves. The nervous system suffers because of it. When rest becomes conditional, anxiety grows. Because there is always uncertainty about whether enough has been done, the mind keeps raising the standard. Yesterday's achievement becomes today's expectation. Today's success becomes tomorrow's minimum requirement. Nothing ever feels sufficient. Rest remains postponed. The body waits. The nervous system waits. Peace waits. This is one reason so many people feel guilty when they are not working. They have unconsciously learned to associate stillness with laziness, rest with weakness, recovery with failure. Yet the body understands something the anxious mind often forgets. Rest is not the opposite of productivity. Rest is what makes healthy productivity possible. Without rest, clarity declines, patience declines, creativity declines, emotional resilience declines. The nervous system begins operating in survival mode. Many people are not struggling because they need more discipline. They are struggling because they need permission. Permission to pause. Permission to breathe. Permission to stop proving. Permission to exist without constantly earning their place in the world. The Stoics never taught endless striving. They taught balance. They taught wisdom. They taught alignment with nature. And nature repeatedly teaches the same lesson. Everything rests. The ocean has calm tides. The earth has winter. The body has sleep. The heart itself alternates between contraction and relaxation. Rest is not a reward. It is part of life. One of the most healing realizations a person can have is that rest does not need to be justified. You do not have to reach exhaustion before you deserve recovery. You do not have to break before you deserve care. You do not have to earn the right to be still. You do not have to complete every task before allowing yourself peace. Tonight, consider how long you have been postponing rest. How many times you have told yourself, just a little more. How many times you have delayed recovery until some future moment. How many years you have spent trying to earn permission that should have been yours all along. Then gently allow yourself a different possibility. What if rest is not something you achieve? What if rest is something you allow? What if your value does not increase when you work harder? What if your worth remains unchanged even when you are still? As your body settles deeper into this moment, allow yourself to release the need to justify your rest. Release the need to prove that you deserve it. Release the need to earn every moment of peace. Allow yourself to simply receive it. Because beneath all the striving, beneath all the pressure, beneath all the expectations, there is a nervous system that has been waiting patiently for one simple message. You can stop now. You do not need to prove anything in this moment. You do not need to accomplish anything in this moment. You do not need to earn your right to rest. You already have it. And perhaps one of the deepest forms of healing begins when the body finally believes that truth. Not tomorrow, not after everything is finished, not after one more achievement. Right now, for this breath, for this night, exactly as you are. As this journey comes to an end, take a moment to notice how much weight you have been carrying. The weight of resisting reality. The weight of old fears stored in the body. The weight of uncertainty. The weight of overthinking. The weight of perfectionism. The weight of people-pleasing. The weight of endless self-monitoring. The weight of trying to control what was never yours to control. For so long, anxiety may have felt like part of who you are. But tonight, perhaps you have begun to see something different. Anxiety is not your identity. It is often the result of carrying too much for too long. The Stoics understood that peace does not come from forcing life to be predictable. It comes from learning to stand calmly within uncertainty. It comes from releasing resistance. It comes from accepting what is here, trusting yourself to meet what comes next, and allowing the nervous system to finally stop fighting battles that ended long ago. As you drift deeper into rest, remember this. You do not have to solve every problem tonight. You do not have to answer every question tonight. You do not have to heal everything tonight. You only need to let go a little more than you did yesterday. A little more tension, a little more fear, a little more resistance, and trust that peace is already moving toward you. Slowly, quietly, naturally, like the night itself. Before you close your eyes, I would love to hear from you. In the comments, finish this sentence. Tonight, I am letting go of blank. It can be one word or one sentence. Your answer may be exactly what someone else needs to read right now. And if this journey helped your mind become a little quieter and your body feel a little lighter, subscribe to the channel and join us again for more Stoic wisdom, deep rest, and peaceful sleep. Now let the thoughts slow down, let the body soften, and let sleep carry you the rest of the way.